The November 12th meeting of the Public Service, Arts, and Youth Initiative Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Clay, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Cooper-Sutton.
Present. Item number 1 is a presentation from Project STAN Monitoring Program. Is anyone here to present or to come to the table at this time? Let the record show no one is here. Does any council member have anything else that needs to be addressed? If not, we will stand and adjourn.
the Transportation Committee to order. Ms. Dibon, please call the roll.
Councilwoman, thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Ford,
Present.
Senior.
Okay, we have one item, which is an update from TDOT regarding right-of-way entrances on Interstate 240. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. TDOT is not going to be here today. Councilwoman Washington, did you have anything to say?
No, we're gonna postpone that until the next council
Good
meeting.
enough, okay. No other questions? Oh, and that record show that Councilwoman Green has joined us. And no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Good morning, City of Memphis and colleagues. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council on November 12th at 9:18 a.m. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Seems like we haven't been here in a while, y'all. So, colleagues, we had 3 items on the agenda for today. Number 1 is an appointment for the Memphis and Shelby County Redevelopment Agency, Ms. Rashida Jones. So, if we could have Ms. Jones, if you could, either one, turn the mic on till it's green. And well, first, can I get this moved?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, second by Councilwoman Logan. And Ms. Jones, if you could, one, I want to ask you, just for us, if you could give a brief synopsis of the redevelopment agency, and then your name, address for the record, and any words you'd like to share for your appointment.
Thank you, Chair. Rashida Jones, 4963 East Lionsgate Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. Understanding that the Community Redevelopment Agency serves as a TIF district creating body, and some of their body of work includes the successful Uptown district and some of the wins there. I personally am familiar with the work, having supported the Community Land Trust of Binghamton, actually being one of the presenters to assist with those 3 assets that they gave Binghamton that is now going forward with development in partnership with Convergence Memphis, the Binghamton Land Trust, and United Housing. So personally attached to the work, very clear on some of the things that they should be doing and prioritizing. I understand they're working now with a development in Bearwater. So one of the things that I helped or challenged Andrew on is some of the things that we see successfully in Uptown, but making sure that that work trickles down to communities more intentionally that have been disinvested. And so excited to serve in that way. My background has been in real estate for more than 20 years, serving a host of committees, including the Housing Task Force, the Joint Housing Task Force for City of Memphis and Shelby County now. I serve on the board for Building Memphis, and a host of other things, so I won't bore you with that, but certainly native Memphian, graduate of Northside High School, and proud to serve in this role.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I just am so excited about this appointment. Ms. Jones is just an amazing talent, and we as a city would be blessed to have her in this role. Not only is she extremely smart, but also people-centered, community-centered, understand the needs that we have, understand how to get us where we need to be, and I'm just delighted to be supporting her and look forward to all that will come about under her leadership if voted in, and I hope colleagues will support her. I just appreciate her expertise and her ethic and work ethic. She's known across the country. She's so modest, but will be a great talent. So I'm looking forward to supporting you and hope my colleagues do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White.
I don't want to be repetitive, but I didn't want to sit up here and not say the same thing. Thank you so much for your service. I've seen you in many different capacities. And even though I know it's not your number one job, most of them have been in these types of volunteer positions. And it's so important with people with your kind of background, skill, and experience step up and serve in these positions. And we're so grateful that you're offering yourself to serve in this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other colleagues? Okay. I'll say, Ms. Jones, I'm looking forward to some new energy on the CRA board, especially as we think about one of the most lucrative TIFs being in Uptown coming to an end really, really soon. and just having the ability to do a whole lot more in those 8 years. So I look forward to what you can bring to that effort for finishing that and then the other tips too. Colleagues, we'll go ahead and take a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. That'll be, is it 2 weeks? In 2 weeks. It'll come down in 2 weeks. You want to make a comment? We already voted, but you can go ahead and make a comment, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry I had to step out. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. And you always bring something wonderful in all of the spaces that I see you in. I'm happy for you, and I know you're going to have a very meaningful, powerful, as well as unique contribution. And so best wishes to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Ms. Jones. It'll be down in 2 weeks. All right, colleagues. Second item, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to establish a public-private partnership for cross-governmental collaboration and implementation of policies to promote economic mobility through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of project implementation. This item requires a selection of a fiscal agent who will coordinate between legislative bodies and public and private agencies and provide updates, recommendations, technical support, and fiscal analysis. All council districts sponsored by myself. Can I get a motion in a second? Move it. Second. Motion by Ford Senior, second by Swearingen Washington. Is there anyone who would like to give any insight on this ordinance? Kind of take us through, and then colleagues, if you have questions or comments, we can start a queue. Started with Councilwoman Green.
Hi, good morning, Councilman.
Morning.
Mark Sturgis, CEO of Seating Success and resident in Memphis. But excited to bring this to you all this morning for discussion. This is another step in what has been a long road of developing a joint approach to addressing systemic issues related to social and economic mobility in Memphis. This began in 2020 with a collaborative planning process emerging into a set of shared potential strategies, which have been anchored in community planning processes. Folks like Ms. Jones, who are excited to see entering into the world of the CRA board, and others who have been involved in helping to shape this plan, including the city of Memphis, council representatives, our school systems, and our county government, as well as trying to link this to a really large, expansive investment from private philanthropy to really get us all aligned through a shared accountability approach that helps investments in communities really be accountable to system changes that can deliver outcomes for families and children in a generational lens. What's critical about a joint ordinance at this moment is that, as we know and we've just experienced in our elections, administrations change, priorities change. But if we anchor our work in effective public policy, those things are durable, they are scalable, and our community can trust that no matter who's leading the work, there are still guardrails in place of how we will monitor our accountability to them. And this is really about bridging that gap between the great work of our private community, the priorities of our government and our philanthropic interest, and bringing those into a shared approach where you will have insights and accountability over that work through a shared governance structure. The role of fiscal agent is really about making sure this gets done. That fiscal agent can always change, but it's imperative what we've learned over the years, and this is true through our experience with First State Memphis and other entities that have been successful in bringing together community and public resources, that it's critical to have that infrastructure. We call it civic infrastructure, who can manage this work through leadership transitions, through administrative transitions, and really keep a line of sight on the goals for our community. I was just in New York and got to hear from the lead researcher nationally in economic and social mobility. And I'm a data guy, but I was incredibly excited to hear some of our friends like Jeff Canada, who's been doing this work for 50 years in Harlem, and others share that this is working. This approach works. And if you look across our entire country in places where economic mobility has improved, there are two critical features. Number one, these are long-term strategies. And number two, they are anchored in evidence. And so what we have found is that in places in America where generational mobility has increased, we have invested in children and families before the age of 8, and those families have access to employment, and the community has grown economically. Those are the two critical features, and this plan is anchored in that evidence and data, and will continue to be as new evidence emerges. And this is a living approach. There are a set of strategies that have been identified today. That doesn't mean that we will be doing the same things 15 years from now when someone else is sitting in this seat telling you how great the results have been, talking to new council people. But that's the point, is that this is a durable, systemic approach that brings our government and our private sector together to do tremendous work. And without that, I think we will be doing the same things we have always been doing, trying to solve piece by piece a puzzle that is very complex. So we are excited to bring this to this point in the journey, and very thankful for your support along the way. Many of you who have been participants in the planning process and helping to develop this particular ordinance and approach. Happy to take any questions specifically to the ordinance or to the approach in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgis. And just for logistics purposes, has it already went to Shelby County, or this is first stop?
This is the first stop for the ordinance, but we are planning to have them read simultaneously.
Okay.
So tomorrow.
Good. Councilwoman Green?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this. I, of course, sit in a unique position in both city and county government, so I often see the piecemeal process that you're talking about when it is one problem and lots of people attacking it and not communicating effectively, being in their own silos, and spending double the resources and getting less than half the results. So I am excited to see this process move to its next step, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. It's always good to see you. Very excited about the planning and development that's about to take place. Jeff is one of my biggest fans out in New York, and his program has been very, very successful. And seeing that being implemented here, working alongside him, I remember it was almost a year ago. You all brought him here a year ago with the school system, I think. And so to see that the private sector, and we talk about silos here in Memphis, which is notorious. And I'm glad to see, and as my colleague, Council Green says, she works on both sides. So joining us together and to see this work for this entire city, for Memphis, for Shelby County, it's going to be very interesting to see how we work this out and through the years. But starting at an early age, I think that is so key to getting our children where they need to be and really focusing on the resources for the parents, because poverty is real and it really exists here. And we know what our education system looks like. We know what the silo systems looks like here in Memphis for many years. So I hope this 13 body, will be the catalyst to make this huge turn, and we see growth and economic growth, and see our people here in this city move forward and be able to be part of what we see other cities have been able to make changes. And I know if Jeff is part of it, I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in Memphis and to give him that opportunity to make it happen with you working side by side with them. So thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder, sort of as this was being implemented, I guess, in Harlem, is that where the initial...
Yeah, that's one element. Yeah.
One element.
Yeah.
So what were the governmental bodies that they had to try to bring together? Because, I mean, in my mind, this almost looks like, I think it's a good idea, but it looks like we're never going to get consolidated government. How can we get consolidated planning? And I'm wondering if this is an attempt to try to get the best part of what would be a consolidated government to work for us long term, and how that related to simply dealing with New York City government and this, I guess, state government in New York.
Yeah, that's right. I think these are a very there's very clearly a technical opportunity to do some blending and braiding of government effort into a strategy like this, and that's what happened in places like Harlem, in places across the country where this effort has been put into place.
Which governments did they blend? Is what
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure.
so if you think about things like Department of Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Health, those critical inputs into the lives of families and kids, Department of Housing, Community Development, those are all elements that have to be really accountable to one another for what they're doing on a day-to-day basis if we're going to be moving an integrated strategy. And so you could imagine those core functions here across governments, really spending time planning, and hopefully also operationally building out some implementation strategies in core communities across the city over the years where this would be implemented.
So I can see how they did that in New York, and just in Memphis, we're going to be twice as complicated.
Yeah.
But it definitely is a good plan. So thank you. I'll be backing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Colleagues, without any objection, does anyone object to everyone being added as a co-sponsor? All right, so let the record reflect that this is going to be sponsored by the entire Memphis City Council. Let's go ahead and get a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Tell Shelby County that they need to go ahead and get it done this
We'll
week.
do that tomorrow. Thank you.
We can move forward, and this will go down in 2 weeks. All right, colleagues, last item on the agenda, and we are well in our time frame. Discussion, no voting, discussion of 2025 Memphis City Council legislative priorities. We requested some of these priorities from your analysts. So if you haven't seen that, talk to your analyst, give them a smile and nudge. We did receive some, so I'll just list out what we have received, and then we'll go to Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. So some things that are put forth by your colleagues, looking at laws for battling homelessness, housing, and squatting. And maybe this is some stuff more from Memphis needs to hear, right? Code violation fines and how we can increase those and add those to our tax base. Looking at how we are receiving money for economic impact and development specifically. Looking at different requirements for businesses trying to open brick and mortar buildings. Gun laws, I think we took care of that on what we're doing. Also supporting the expansion of West Tennessee's trauma hospital, level 1 trauma hospital. Human Life Protection Act. So adding the exceptions for the life of the mother, rape, and incest. Increasing opportunities for voter registration. Landlord rental registry. Granting permission for fees to be added to phone bills of residents to assist in funding suicide prevention hotlines. That's a different one. That's interesting. And then also, colleagues, we have increasing the taxes on vape products to go directly to early childhood education. Okay. Red flag laws, the voters made that clear on Tuesday. Okay, and the notes on the vape tax were coming in from Colorado in 2020. And they said that it helps more than 40,000 children. Okay, all right. That gives a new reason for folks to smoke. Stronger support for TDOT with addressing the litter on our streets, interstate, and bridges, railroads, and underpass. Definitely, that needs to be on our priorities. And then, seniors, an idea about seniors working part-time in government to earn credit towards their property taxes. That's a different one. All right. So those are just from 3 of our colleagues. If you have any that you want to bring on the floor now, we have a good 10 minutes. And then also I would urge you to, if you're going to Tampa this week for National League of Cities, maybe there's some ideas that you're getting from that and you want to email in so that we'll be able to put that to our state folks when we see them next week. Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Cooperson.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if people would be interested in this. One of the things I've been trying to work on is to come up with ways that we can make data centers energy neutral and actually as opposed to energy sinks, and also make sure that they're helping us clean our water. So I'm going to be trying to bring a legislation that works in that way for us to look at as we can sort of, and it's going to end up being, we'll have a legislation that says you can only raise the temperature of water a certain degree when you're using it to cool a data center. When you do that, that tends to make all the data centers have to be environmentally friendly, because there's only a few ways that you can do that, and that way you don't use water and evaporate it. So the problem that we have is if you're sucking water out of the aquifer, just evaporating it to cool your data center, it's environmentally unfriendly. And if you're able to take our gray water or other water, clean it and put it back in the environment without using it, evaporating it, it's better for the environment. So I'm going to try to bring that for us to look at, like us to take it to Nashville, see if we can do it statewide.
Have you seen that in any other places that we can look at?
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, that's one issue that I hope we can do as a council. And I'll bring something more specific. It's technical, so I'm getting people to work on it. And I think if it's a state law, then it will work much better than if it's just a regulation here. So we can lobby for something like that at the state. The other thing is, I think getting the state to help work with us on our citizens referendum on gun reform is going to be really important for us to go up, because we all know that we need their help to be able to pass some of these laws. And I think as our people are up there, we want to lobby for that and see if we can get some people to help us with it. So I just wanted to bring that up as one of the things I think we should be doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to kind of add to what Dr. Warren had already said. He kind of took it a little bit with these gun laws, and I think we need to be more present with legislation in Nashville and working more closely together, showing our voice for the people who elected us in these seats, because the votes showed where the temperature is here in Memphis and where the heartbeat of the city is as far as gun violence. So as Governor Lee, as I quote and unquote, that we need to sit at the table and we need to be more present, and our voice need to be more heard and more accountability, because we are being affected by this. Secondly, we need more legislation on when businesses are coming into our city and into our communities, and we have no insight on what's happening, and then they just pop up and they show up. And the council, who's the voted representative of our city in these districts, should have some type of say-so when this has happened. So we need a stronger legislation raising that attention when that happens, because it's the people that vote us in and we're their voice. And so we should have some type of legislation in place locally stating that we should have some type of awareness when this is taking place. Mm-hmm. Because what happens is when they fail, and Memphis is notorious for having bad business deals, the poor people, it's on their backs when this is over with. And so we need to do a better job as legislating in that area as far as locally for our people and for the voters that voted us in these positions. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for that contribution. Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Green, then Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To somewhat piggyback on Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's comments, we are at a time where, and this is not necessarily new, but we are at a time where this body, we're dealing with things that previous councils have not dealt with before. And to continue with a pattern of not addressing things simply because there is no legislation surrounding these items, issues, and concerns does not make it okay with respect to our accountability to the citizens, I judge. And so moving forward, whether it's environmental, energy justice, this clean energy transition, the homelessness, and just a plethora, and that was the word of former Councilwoman Janice Fully Love, but a plethora of things that are coming before us and will continue to come before us. So let us be mindful of this and be proactive when possible, if not reactive, and just stay in tune, in touch with the times. Specifically, as it relates to the homeless, and I know this is not news to some, but possibly news to others. So earlier this year, in a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court, the case was Grants Pass versus Johnson. The Eighth Amendments, they ruled that the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment does not prohibit cities from punishing unhoused, another fancy word, unhoused, and that also means homeless people for sleeping in public. So the Supreme Court ruled that cities can fine, arrest, or ticket people experiencing homelessness for sleeping outside, even if there is no adequate shelter. I think it is a sad state of affairs that we have to, from our highest court in the land, that our highest court in the land feels that it is okay to criminalize homelessness, and as the language now says, unhoused. So on a local level, let us be mindful and once again proactive and not reactive as we enter into the winter season, and how we want to reactivate and support of our homeless communities when they are outside. And you all know what I'm speaking to, warming centers and things of that nature. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleagues in regards to continuing to lobby for the common sense gun reforms that are overwhelmingly supported by the citizens of Memphis. There's hardly anything we all agree on 80% or higher in this town. I would suggest to my colleagues, as we do travel to the National League of Cities, especially as we speak to other people who are in places of power within the state of Tennessee, to ask them to pass similar referendum. So the state can hear not just from Memphis, but from Nashville, from Chattanooga, from Jackson, across the state, so they'll know that it's not just us over here in this corner, it's the whole state that feels overwhelmingly that we should have common sense gun reform. Along those lines, you did mention the funding of Region 1. If we think that the murder rate and the homicide rate is bad here in Memphis right now, imagine it without Region 1. Region 1 keeps one bed open 24 hours just for gunshots. They are the experts in the entire region on this. And so if you consider yourself somebody who is pro-police, that's where they go when they get shot. If you are somebody who is pro-community, then understand that's where they go when they get shot. We have to have Region 1 functioning. It is a place where people, other generations were born there, but it is a place now where people get a standard of care they cannot find anywhere else. Too many people in our community do not have access to a regular physician. And when they are in need, whether it becomes diabetes that gets to the point where you're having to have a limb removed, or heart disease that ends up in a stroke, you're going to end up in Region 1. If it's burns, if it's NICU and mothers and women, we know after the Dobbs decisions, we have more high-risk pregnancies in this city. It disproportionately affects Black women and Black babies, and we have one of the highest fetal and maternal mortality rates in the country. We need Region 1 to be funded. We cannot do it only on a local level. We need the state to step up and understand, because we don't just serve Memphis and the surrounding areas. We serve over 20 counties of people in the west region of Tennessee, because they have continued to deny Medicare funds from the federal government and thus shut down many rural hospitals. So they end up at Region 1. So I wanted to pull out those two things and point them out as something that I think we in particular as a council need to continue to lobby for in multiple ways, but especially at the state level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. So we definitely captured that, and Charity will make sure that we get that. But if there are anything else that you need to send, just have your analyst send it in so that we can surmise it. I'd like to also add to reading to the record that we do need to start as a council planning for a day on the Hill to talk to our legislators from the state. I don't know if we've done that. So we definitely need to make that a priority for this legislative session. And then also, are the folks in here working now? No. But we need to make sure that we get a yearly council retreat, not just when we get new people, but so that we have a time to review, talk about those legislative priorities as well. And then also setting our scheduled meeting with the county commission. Is something that we also need to ensure that we put on these priorities just for ourselves, so that we can keep up and have a good line of communication with what's going on. And then also, lastly, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share that whatever our legislative priorities are, if Jigsaw is going to represent us, we need to have some regular, ongoing conversations to see where they are. What are our next steps? Instead of that one meeting during the legislative retreat, we need to have some ongoing conversations so that we can get some feedback on what is going on and what is it that we need to do, what are they doing, how can we support, do we need to reach out to some of the senators, the House of Representatives, or however. It seems as if it's not enough dialogue between our representatives. And I'm just trying to see what can we do to be more proactive to see what's going on.
And so we were on time, and now we're not. But lastly, thank you for that, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, and then Councilwoman Logan.
Yeah, well, I was going to reply that we don't have Jigsaw contracted anymore, so we're gonna have to replace them or do something different, and we definitely need to discuss that and decide, how we're gonna move forward with someone that can represent us on the Hill. In addition to, I love the idea about us going as well, but someone every day, day in, day out, really fighting and advocating for those things that are important to us as well. The next thing I was going to ask, when we send those legislative, and I've already sent mine, but are we going to get a list of them and then discuss them, our collective position on them, or how are we moving forward with that?
Yeah, so last year, so every year the Tennessee State Legislature does a retreat tour in their respective cities and counties. And so last year what we did was surmise everything, and then I went and did a presentation for the state legislature combining everything. So that'll be the same for this, but that still doesn't mean that we can't do an ongoing conversation with our body, and then also putting in more communication with the commission and our state legislatures so that we see how those ongoing priorities flush out. And then also keeping in mind that we got our More for Memphis people too, who are simultaneously, y'all still here, so I'm pointing you out, who are simultaneously still working on items that are gonna be beneficial to the whole county that we probably already listed to. So to have multiple people.
So are we going, when you say the summation, I guess my
so it's next
was,
week. So we're gonna summarize it. I'm gonna put in a presentation. I'm gonna give it to the legislature next week.
We'll all summarize it together, or
it's next week. So we're gonna do that this week.
We'll do that this week?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
The list, and then we come together to say what we want that to be, the statement regarding those areas, like homelessness. We have a collective vision on what we want to move forward under homelessness or unsheltered.
It'll probably be more brief than really intensive in detail, just to give them an overview summary of what our priorities are in that respect, like homelessness. They already got what we need to do on gun reform, right? Or the specifics
and I think there are,
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington brought to, like those specific things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because there are so many areas under, say, homeless and unsheltered, and unhoused, then you have squatting rights, you know.
But this is why what you started out with, why we need a lobbyist that we can talk to. So that's on record as well. The city council does not have a lobbyist. So our next chair will be deciding that, or our current one, however soon we can get one. But
And
that's
the
where that comes in.
Administration has a federal lobbyist, and I think all of us should be kind of in sync. So I'm looking forward to
That's something to talk about too.
that path forward as it relates to advocating for us as a city.
Yes,
as a
ma'am.
county. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilwoman. You good, Councilwoman Cooper?
I am, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. I'll hold it in the email.
Okay. So that discussion is over. However, colleagues, I need to go back to item number 2. It was an item that needs to be, it's wording that needs to be read differently into the record. At the end of the ordinance, these aren't numbered. These pages aren't numbered. But the last now, therefore, be it resolved, it says, be it ordained by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, and that will be struck and changed to the Memphis City Council. Any objection on that? All right, we won't speak for them. Okay, I think we're still in a timely matter. No other business in this committee. This committee is adjourned.
Good morning. The November 12th meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman White, Councilman Spinoza, Dr. Warren, Chairman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We have 9 items in today's committee. The first item is a resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding with Shelby County government for the purpose of installing solar photovoltaic arrays at the Memphis Zoo using energy efficiency and conservation block grant funds from the United States Department of Energy, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second? All right, it has been moved by Cooper Sutton, second by Councilman Spinoza, who from the administration will be speaking on this item. Name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Lee Huffman, Division of Planning and Development.
Okay.
We're here today to request the approval of a memorandum of understanding between the City of Memphis and Shelby County government to install solar arrays at the Memphis Zoo. These arrays will be the first arrays installed on city-owned buildings, and then there will also be an educational display at the zoo to educate visitors about solar arrays themselves, but also what energy efficiency measures they could do in their own homes to reduce their electricity consumption and help towards our goals to reach climate mitigation efforts.
May I have your address for the record, please? Your address for the record, please.
Okay. 125 North Main.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
This solar project will use federal funds, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. And we are here today to request your approval of the MOU, which will allow Shelby County to install the arrays and then ultimately the city of Memphis to own the arrays since they are on city property.
All right.
Thank you.
Would any council members like to be recognized for this item? All right. All right. Councilwoman Walker?
Walker, no.
Okay,
you
I'm
good,
first.
Council.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So the block grant funds, and thank you for coming today. So the block grant funds, have they been applied for already, and what is that amount?
Yes, Councilwoman. The total amount was close to $670,000. That was a combined formula allocation for both the city of Memphis as well as Shelby County government. The city of Memphis was allocated roughly $560,000 through this block grant program.
So does this take care of the total cost of the solar arrays?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Will there be any money left over, or this is the approximate amount? The approximate amount of the grant funds, is that the exact cost of the array? That's what I'm trying to find out.
No, Councilwoman. The rest of the project grant funds are being used to supplement our current regional solid waste master plan, which the city and county entered into a memorandum of agreement last year to pursue that project. This will be the first solid waste master plan for the county and city in 30 years.
Okay, and finally, has that plan come before us to at least as an FYI, or we've seen that already?
John Zena, Planning and Development. Councilwoman, as Ms. Huffman said, there was an MOU between the city and county that was approved, so that would have come before you for approval. The city also has dedicated its own funding to support that project, as well as the county, the federal funds, and then we also received some state funds for that project. It has been some time since we've had any item on that before the council. That project is underway, so if you'd like, the Division of Solid Waste and Planning and Development could come at a future meeting later this year, maybe early next year, to talk about what that project looks like and what we're trying to accomplish with that and what some of the progress has been to date.
Okay, thank you both for that. Madam Chair, I'll yield the floor.
All right. Councilman Warren?
Thank you. I just want to make sure these are are these funds from the Inflation Reduction Act? And yeah, sort of infrastructure funds that we applied for and got.
John Zena, Planning and Development. I believe this program was part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, not the Inflation Reduction Act. And as Ms. Huffman said, this is a formula allocation, so we did not apply for it, so to speak. We did have to submit an application to essentially claim our allocation, but it wasn't a competitive grant, so to speak.
Okay, and as I understand it, what this is designed to do is a couple things. One, it's going to provide the zoo, I guess, electrical power in times of outages, so they'll be able to protect the investment of the animals that are there during that time frame. Will they have storage with this?
There's no battery storage as a part of this, so this would be providing electricity to the operation of the zoo, commensurate with the size of the solar facility. We have, as Ms. Huffman noted, this is the first on city facilities. We have two arrays that we've put out at county facilities at Mullen Station Road within the last year, and those solar facilities essentially provide the electrical power to those two facilities so that they're not drawing from the grid.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I guess what this does, it will take part of the electrical needs for the zoo, but not all of the electrical needs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, and it'll be used for education. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Thank you. Dr. Warren asked part of the question that I need. Thank you for coming and presenting this, and looking forward to some more information around it and about it. But after all this grant money is being used, whose maintenance, is there a warranty? How is this going to be maintained through?
I believe that most solar arrays have a standard 12-year warranty. We would be requesting that in the request for proposal to have the maximum extended warranty. This MOU would, at the end of installation, transfer ownership of the arrays from the county to the city. And then it would be on city facilities and general services to work with either the installer or enter into another contract for operation and maintenance of the arrays.
So 12 years, and then it becomes our responsibility as city, right? Because it's a city property, right?
Yes, Councilwoman.
If I can add one thing, I mentioned the two other projects that we did on county facilities within the last year. One of the things that we included in the RFP for those, which we could do for this as well, is not only that there would be a period, obviously, where there's a warranty and there's responsibility on the installer, but that we require that the installer provide manuals regarding maintenance and training. In this case, it was county staff on maintenance of those arrays. We could do the same for these as well, so that there's no gap in understanding of how maintenance takes place on these.
Okay, well, that was a concern. I just wanted to make sure that all those things are added. If there's extra warranties, because things happen, and what happens is, and then it falls back on general services and having to add parts, and then they have to add it into their budget, and then they have to ask for more monies. But if we can cover this and make sure that we have the extended warranties, the installers understand, and we clearly understand the process, because I don't understand the process, and that's why I'm asking these questions. So we won't be back here next year or a year before, but I would just like to see all of that in writing and what that looks like.
Understood. We
Thank
can do
you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. I just wanted to ask about the implications or the advantages of this as it relates to our energy consumption, or does it impact the bottom line, save us any money or anything like that? Or do you see any long-term benefits as it relates to that? Or is it just being used during outages? You could expound on that part in case I missed it.
John Zena, Planning and Development. As I said, the solar array would be providing the electrical power for whatever the facility is that this is affixed to. So it would be drawing, the building would be drawing power from what is collected through the solar array as opposed to drawing from the grid. This isn't an emergency backup situation. This is ongoing. This is ongoing. This is providing power. Like I said, so one of the buildings that I talked about a moment ago is the construction code enforcement building that we have out at Mullen Station Road. We're 100% on solar power for that building. So, and that is ongoing operations that we draw.
So how has that impacted the bottom line in terms of?
We're not paying an electrical bill.
That's what I was thinking. So what are we anticipating that this will do for this property in terms of the MLG and W bill.
Right, and so, and let me just say too, that there are obviously fluctuations of.
I understand all of that part. I just want
but
don't back out of
all
it now.
right,
But
so I just want to make it clear that
Okay.
that it is
and I'm
cyclical,
not
but
holding you to this, but just anticipating that it'll be favorable in that regard. So, because I know, and that'll help, on our side as well, because we're responsible.
okay, so Ms. Huffman's pulling the exact amount of electrical usage that we would be able to offset with this, but it's the equivalent of around 22 homes that we would be being able to supply power through those solar panels to the zoo facility, and obviously that does have a bottom line impact.
Right. And so if you don't know right now, if you could send me that information, I would love to see how that impacts. And hopefully you all are, though you're seeing it in the county, I hope administration and everybody else is listening so we could begin to expand that opportunity, because the MLG and W bill impacts what we do on this side. So thank you for that, and thank you for the work around that, and continue to, continue to do the work that you do. I appreciate that, Director Zena.
Thank you. I probably should have mentioned the other building too, Councilman Warren, is the East Data Center that the county has. That is being 100% supplied with solar power.
What building was that?
The county's East Data Center.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your thorough discussion. We have 8 other items. Any other discussion on this item? All right, thank you. The second item is a resolution. Oh, yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All those who are against, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The second item is a resolution authorizing the execution, delivery, and performance of a capital lease in the amount not exceeding $5,900,000 relating to the acquisitions of various solid waste vehicles and equipment, to approve certain other matters relating thereto to the lease. All council districts sponsored by administration. Can we get a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item? And please give us your name and your address.
Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. This is a request for council approval for us entering into a 5-year lease agreement to purchase. This is 22 units, pieces of equipment, including 12 traditional garbage trucks, 7 dump trucks, 2 grapple loaders, and 1 roll-off truck. This will be a 5-year lease agreement to start our efforts towards getting the 10-year replacement cycle on our vehicles.
What kind of maintenance is factored into those lease agreements?
Maintenance is performed by GS, so they will be under warranty. I think they're typically under, depending on the components on the truck, 3 to 5 years warranty on those trucks, but they're maintained by our General Services Division.
I'm so excited about you all getting some additional equipment.
Me too.
Any other discussion? We're so excited. Yay! Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't get a chance to look, but was this factored into the budget that we approved?
Yes, ma'am. This was part of
this cycle.
Yes, ma'am. This was part of it, and we'll be because we're moving through this year. Of course, it's 12 to 14 months for delivery of these vehicles. We will have a few vehicles that start coming in the next month or so, but this order will take us all the way through next November. So I'll be coming back probably first quarter next year, second quarter to start the next round, because we need to get on a cyclical every year getting trucks in.
And so I think to kind of build on what Chairwoman was saying, with these, have you and Chief discussed the amount that is needed to add to the future budget for the maintenance? I know it's on there, that's general services, but this purchase does come with a future maintenance plan, and that amount, has that already been factored in?
Yes, ma'am. So the lease payment for these is going to be about $1.3 million a year, And in our fee increase proposal that was adopted by the council this past July, we did factor in continuing investment in the fleet. So this is considered as part of that.
Okay. And did you all put a cycle in place that would, and I'm not trying to get into the operations of it, but that's important on our side because historically we haven't visited that in this discussion. So have you all included that that cycle and the ownership of that process?
Yes, ma'am. So we do. We have factored that in a fleet replacement cycle so that we can get all of our equipment on a 10-year replacement cycle
And maintenance cycle.
and maintenance.
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good. Thank you. for
Great
your work.
planning,
Appreciate
Director
it.
Davis.
I try.
Councilman Warren, in the queue.
Ma'am, as we're doing our maintenance, what percentage of our fleet does that cover as far as replacement now with these vehicles?
This is going to be just under 10%, just because of the nature of the vehicles that we're replacing in this purchase. Some vehicles are more expensive than others, so as we start getting into diversifying more into our light fleet and things like that, those vehicles will be cheaper and we'll be able to buy more, a larger number of vehicles and replace it.
Because I'm just looking, if we're only doing 10% a year, we're not getting there. Is this your entire request for this year, or is this just part of your request?
This is our entire request for FY25, but like I said, we'll be coming right back around with FY26.
Okay, and as we're doing this and trying to keep things maintained, all the time, what percentage do you think we need to be replacing every year? Don't answer that now. Bring that back to us and let us know what the plans are for the next 4 years so we can have our fleet replaced on a basis that keeps it functioning. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Director Davis. So as of today's date, which is November 12th, 2024, we still have parts of the city where the bulk waste pickup is behind schedule. We still have parts of the city where the bulk waste pickup stays on schedule. My question as it relates to the infusion of the new vehicles into the fleet, where will the new vehicles be dispatched to? What is the approach plan? How do you determine which areas the new vehicles will be dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am. Good question. So the initial handful, like four pieces of equipment will be dispatched to the strike team, and the strike team is hitting targeted, distressed areas of the city where we're seeing a lot of blight. After that, it will go based on need. So where we have in the areas of the city where we're having fewer trucks available day in, day out, these vehicles will go into those zones to staff out those trucks so that we don't have idle crews and we have equipment for the folks that we need to service the neighborhoods.
Okay, I look forward to an update on that once that takes place. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There's no further discussion. We will take a vote on that item. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Thank you, everyone.
The third item is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds from various existing projects to Harbor Avenue repaving project number PW 04118 to general 20% local match required by TDOT for additional grant funds, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Councilman Ford, second by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from the administration will be speaking on this item. Please give us your name and your address for the record.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering, 125 North Main. So just a little bit of context on this project. Harbor Avenue, we submitted for TDOT funding several years back. This body approved roughly $6.5 million previously to help for the resurfacing of that Harbor Avenue. The item presented to you today is basically consolidating resurfacing projects that have been done in the past, projects that have been completed. We're consolidating those remaining dollars in those specific projects, combining them into one, and then using that as our 20% match. And so the ask is to allow for that transfer and allocation of those funds to continue with the project. In regards to resurfacing itself, this particular project is more of a full depth instead of a typical resurfacing project. It will be similar to the work that was done, say, on South Parkway, where we actually had to stabilize the base. And so we're looking to get that going this year. Just kind of an announcement, the paving season is set to retire for this year. Typically, asphalt plants tear down their plants around November, during the wintertime, November through February. So the idea here is to still break ground in hopes of getting at least the base work started this year, and then eventually complete the resurfacing next year. So with that, we ask for your approval.
All right, and welcome back from your vacation.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there's no further discussion on this item, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The fourth item is a resolution.
Madam Chair, that is the same night minute request.
Yes, it is, same night minutes. Let the record reflect that it's same night minutes. The fourth item is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds in CIP Project GS 24107 contingencies totaling $54,309 for water damage in Mississippi River Museum at Mud Island, increasing allocations by said amount and appropriating these funds in contract construction. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Ford, second by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Who from the administration will be speaking from this item? Please give us your name and your address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Good morning, Council. Melvin James, Interim Director, General Services, 125 North Main.
Gerald Spencer, Senior Administrator, Property and Grounds Maintenance, 3729 Arnold.
All right, Council. This is what we're asking for is this is a reimbursable from our FM Global for damages sustained over at Mississippi River Parks at Mud Island in the museum. There was a fire sprinkler device that was damaged, that burst, and it caused flooding in that area. So the claim amount is for yes, that's the first claim amount, but we do have some supplemental claims that we're asking or sending out to FM Global, an amount of $236,000. But the first initial payment is the $54,309 that we are asking to be put back into our contingency account. So,
Well, thank you. We love reimbursements.
yes.
If there's no further discussion on this item, Councilman Warren?
I just want everyone to be aware that this is in the area where they're redoing that museum. That if you haven't been by to tour what they're doing, it's definitely worth your time to go see what they're doing. I've never been inside that museum to my knowledge, and it's an amazing space and it's huge.
Yes.
I think it will be the key to bringing back that Mud Island River Park, having this thing running again. So please come by and have a look at it if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Without any further discussion, we'll take a vote. Those in favor say aye. Not so loud. Aye. Those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of chairs that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The fifth item is a resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $1,308,039.58 to an existing contract for Pinch A.W. Willis Sewer Project number SW02144 to fund material cost increases and changes. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? It's been moved by Chairman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Ford. All right, can I get tell me your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Joyce Leotis, Interim Director for Public Works. It's on 125 North Main.
Scott Morgan, Senior Administrator, Public Works, 125 North Main. This project is an additive change order, final additive change order for the A.W. Willis Sewer Project. It was a 48-inch sewer that was relocated off of the St. Jude campus down A.W. Willis, and this is the request to close out the project.
All right. This money was already budgeted originally?
Yes, and the project was paid for out of the sewer fund, and it's reimbursed by the TDZ grants as well as a state fast track grant.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. If there's no further discussion on this item, we'll move to a vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair, so the ayes have it. Thank you. The sixth item is a resolution requesting the approval for the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 0 Quince Road, Memphis, Tennessee, Shelby County, in the amount of $6,000 and further described as parcel ID 081003 00003, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Ford, second by Councilman Dr. Warren. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item? Your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Yes, Rodney Tate Jr., General Services, Real Estate Department, 125 North Main.
Carlton Osborne, Manager of Real Estate, 125 North Main.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah, this is a surplus property that an adjoining property owner, who is Grinder, Tabber and Grinder Limited, is asking to purchase from the city of Memphis in the amount of $6,000 to expand their parking area there. We have checked with all the division directors to ensure there is no need for the city for this parcel, and we have had no objections. So with that being said, we're asking your approval for the sale of this parcel for $6,000.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? Cooper Sutton?
Green first.
Okay, Councilwoman Green.
You getting in the queue after me? Thank you, Chair. Can you give me a little bit better idea of where this is? I mean, I know it's in District 2. This just the photocopy I have.
Yeah, sure. This is on Quince and Linfield. Quince and Linfield, right there. It's actually adjoining to the Interstate 240 right there as well. So it's enclosed there on Linfield, Quince, and Interstate 240.
Quince and Linfield, I thought was near the YMCA.
And here's the parcel.
Oh, that's a little bit better picture. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. No further questions. Sorry, I just couldn't see the picture from what we had printed out.
Are you okay with the location, Councilwoman Green?
Yes, it is right next to the interstate, and it looks like, it's abuts either the interstate or parking right now, and I don't believe there's going to be anything else going in there, so I have no objection to this.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Yeah, I was just trying to see it like green one. I know that's what you said, it's okay. And they're cool with it, and it's just extra parking, right?
Correct.
All right, great, thanks. If there's no further discussion on this item, we'll go for a vote. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. The seventh item is a resolution requesting the approval of the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 1632 Brookins Street, 38108 in Memphis, Shelby County, and further described as parcel ID 0430300035, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Ford Canale, second by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. who from the administration is here to speak on that item. If you'll give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, Willie Alexander, City of Memphis Real Estate Department, 125 North Main. The parcel at 1632 Brookings is a surplus property. It's going to be used for a community garden. She's the adjoining property owner, so I drove by to look and see if she had a garden. It's kind of small. And, oh, okay. And we did check with all the divisions. We do not have a future use for the property, and we're asking for your approval. It's selling for $2,000.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ford Canale?
She answered my question before I asked.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Mr. Osborne. So when we're able to sell parcels, it does say on here that if the value is deemed less than $10,000, you just place a number without appraisal.
Well,
my question is, because of the location and the nature of this purchase, can we decrease the amount or no?
well, we actually, generally, we will run comparable sales in the area to determine the value that we're selling it at. While we don't have an official appraisal, we do run our, we have agents in our office, and I used to be an appraiser myself, so I run comparable sales in the area to make sure that we put the proper amount on it. But council has the option to decrease the price if they
Just
they
because
choose to.
just knowing the state of, because I was just on the land bank looking the other week, just knowing the state of Douglas and how it's a lot of area that is less than 2,000 for whatever reason or another. If it's a way we can decrease that amount because of what they're doing, and I've seen them in the community as well. What can we do? That'll give them money so we can make sure that they go ahead and start their garden as soon as possible and not just give them another lot to cut while they're waiting on probably grant fundings to get stuff going.
What value would you like to see on it?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said for free. I was gonna say 500, but
Oh, they would love that. Oh, my gosh.
We could
do 500.
We'll do 500.
Chair, is any objection? Councilwoman
No,
Cooper Sutton, you got objection to 500? That puts some skin in the game.
Yeah.
500 put some skin in the game. Yeah, they will.
Trying to get the money to build it, because we already know the community
Yeah.
and the struggle that we have in our communities with funding and with money. So that's why I said zero. Give it to them.
You want to do $1?
I wanted $1.
Is that okay with y'all?
There are some
Let us know. We just
well,
putting out numbers.
there's some stipulations to when we give properties to individuals. We don't necessarily give it to them. They have to be like nonprofits,
right?
And they have to show us proof that they are operating as a nonprofit in that particular area.
So what's the amount that we can sell it to them so that it's not giving it to the individual?
We can do 300.
Okay.
Let's just do it for 300.
They give them 1,700 back. So, yeah.
All right. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And that is an amazing thing, to do, and it will move the needle in the community. I want to know, is that setting a precedent? And if so, can we have something that will allow allow that to be done in other communities as well, because it could benefit a lot of our community.
It is setting a precedent, and while I have no objection to basically fire selling our vacant properties, because that does a couple of things for us. Before we've always had council members to actually want us to sell our properties at a value, but we're doing a couple of things with that, and we need to understand that as we do it. First thing, we're dropping the values of properties in the area. So when we give properties away like that, we do, that can be used as a comparable in the area for other properties, which lowers the value of the properties in the area. We don't want to do that. Now, the other thing these do for us, when we do get them back on the rolls for the city, they get back on the tax rolls. So that's a good thing. And they also decrease the city's liability where we don't have to be responsible for the insurance liability. So that's kind of the balance that we have to make when we do these kind of things.
But let me ask you this, when they get back on the tax roll, is that nonprofit responsible for?
Well, if it's a nonprofit, then they're not
responsible
they're not
for it.
responsible for taxes.
So how is it getting back on the tax?
I'm speaking not of the ones that are nonprofit organizations, but individuals who purchase property.
So this individual will be responsible for paying the taxes on this at the regular tax rate moving forward. Would this individual be able to sell the property?
Absolutely.
At the market rate?
Absolutely.
Are there any stipulations on if we give it to them, are they able to sell it at, market rate?
It'll be theirs. They can do what they want to with it.
So the next year they could sell it.
Unless we put stipulations in the deed that would, if they don't do what they say they're going to do, then it will revert back to the city. We can have reversion clauses in the deed.
I think that's important to do something like that.
And we do that most of the time.
And then, so what can we put in place so that, and then I heard what you said about the comps, because we definitely don't want to harm the equity that the residents around there have in their homes that they have, purchased and whatnot. So that's something that needs to be addressed. And if you could think of, if you all could come and give some input on how we could mitigate that from being an adverse effect on those homeowners around there, I would be interested in that, as well as what language can be drafted that would allow other communities to do that without it harming, or having an adverse effect on the city as a whole in terms of how we how that affects the city.
Well,
real estate.
From a holistic perspective, a onesie twosie in the neighborhood would not affect it that much, because most appraisers would see that and say, hey, that was an anomaly. But if it becomes an issue if we begin to do a lot of properties in one particular area and begin to, give them away, then it becomes an issue in the area and dropping property values.
And
so
I'm not trying to keep anything from anybody,
Yeah.
but I just want to, because I know about 5 of them right now in my district that this would benefit, and some of the neighbors in the community have asked about doing a community garden or a pocket park, or something like that. So
if they are being used for that purpose, then I think that would
no,
be
they're
a good
just
thing.
vacant.
Yeah, I mean, no, if somebody
Wants to do that.
if we do that and they actually follow through with it, because
Yeah.
we've been faced with different situations in the past where we would be approached with that option of doing a community garden, but that was not their intention, and they end up doing something else with it.
Because once we gave it to them, they could do whatever. So we need to put some language in there
language in the deed
to,
that,
really guard that from happening in the future. So I love the fact that we have, we can do that, because it went from 6,000 to to 300, and that really can make a big difference on how our communities and neighborhoods look. So. But just to put those clauses in there or language in there to, mitigate those adverse things happen would be great.
And also, just for the record, we do try to discount these properties when we do try to sell them to especially adjacent property owners. We do discount them because this particular property, actually, the comps came out to $3,500, and we made the decision to sell it to the property owner for $2,000. So we gave them a $1,500 discount right off the top.
So you are gonna put the language in there for the reversion clause?
Absolutely.
That it will be used as a, community garden, and they
Correct.
will not be able to sell it?
Correct.
Okay.
We'll make sure we put a reversion clause in. If it's being used for, well, the clause will say this: if it's used for something other than a community garden, then they will have to come back to council and get approval for the alternate use.
Okay.
But then there wouldn't.
She's saying if they wanted to change the use, then they would have to be, they would be obligated to pay for it for the full 2,000. Can you do that?
To make it easier. That way they don't have to
Chief,
come back.
all right, Councilwoman, Easter Thomas? You good?
No, I was just going to add to it. I didn't want to set a precedent like we were doing a land bank, but I was coming from a position of I know the people and I know the area in my district, and that could really be beneficial. But I think that adding in, because we've done that before, adding in the clauses helps people stick to what they asked us. And I think that just to keep from more paperwork, if they don't want to do that, then just having it revert back to the regular acts may just be easier than going back and forth and getting approval. But I do know these people, and I do know that the stuff that different groups in Douglas is trying to do, and Douglas very well, and whatever the lowest price would make sense. But let's say if this was in another area in my district, it probably wouldn't make sense. Right? Like on this next one, depending on who's presenting it, it would be a different situation because it's in the TIF area, it's down there by Uptown. It's a whole different situation in Douglas. So that's where I was coming from with this, and not wanting to set a precedent to make y'all lives
I agree, and it's still
a little
gonna
bit
be
more
as
tedious,
needed.
but these are things that we can think about, to help different people do things in our communities and get these lots used, and off of our responsibility for cutting and whatever else. Right. So
Chief Adams.
Thank y'all for doing it, Mr. Osborne. Or is Chief Adams gonna tell me we can't do that?
Well, I'm not gonna say that we can't. What I would ask is that we not publicly negotiate without the proposed new owner actually being available so that we can kind of talk this thing through. I think what we are trying to do is resolve a lot of issues in this one transaction. And I think that we can pull this offline, we can talk about it, and then we can kind of level set with respect to some of your wishes, Councilwoman Logan, but then most importantly, yours, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, because again, what we don't want to do is give the impression of certain people have access to government. We want to make sure that we do have a open and elastic type of program that will assist in repurposing properties. So if we could, if it's appropriate, we'd like to talk to you, make sure that we get it right. Because again, to your point, another property in your district may not be viewed the same, but they may have the same expectations.
All right. Councilman Warren?
Yes, ma'am. I guess it's a general question, but one of the things is there a way when we're doing these negotiations, if we've got a piece of property that's worth $20,000, we've got a group that is doing something we want them to do, we can gift them the property at the current value as the city council for doing that purpose, so we don't lower the property value of surrounding properties? I don't know the answer to that. Is there some way as we're doing this that we can do that particular process?
So, Councilman Warren, as mentioned prior to, you do have the Memphis Land Bank that allows and assists in those types of transactions as well, where there's planned or purposeful redevelopment. So that is an opportunity as well. So
but they don't own the property. We do. As we got this people coming, can we do that legally in such a way that it's a donation that we have for their function?
So the donation, I don't know if this was discussed, but the donation of property typically goes to nonprofits, and of course they do have to qualify and then specify as to the purpose.
And that's the only people we can donate property to is nonprofits.
Yes, sir. Per ordinance.
Per ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
right, thank you. Councilwoman Logan? That's what I thought, we could only donate to nonprofits. And with that, this being a individual, and if we give it to them, they could build whatever, you know. And so when you all are crafting or drafting the proposal for us, we definitely want to make sure we're mindful of that and how to do what we want to do or you know, envisioning to do in a way that's going to protect us as a city, and how can we make it simpler in working with the land bank in doing these types of things, so that it's the holistic approach to what we're trying to do, comprehensive and sustainable, you know, because we just want to help, but we want to do it in a way that's going to help us as a city as well. So even in talking about what Dr. Warren is talking about, if they do a project that we're wanting them to do, because all communities are wanting things done that generally private developers do or private investors do. So if they come and they say, well, we're going to make this, then that person as an individual or even the nonprofit, there is a profit that comes after that, you know, that we need to look at how does that impact the city in terms of taxes, because they're nonprofit. So with his recommendation, look at that, include that as well. Thank you. I yield back. All right, if there's no further discussion on this. Okay.
About a year.
Well, no, I was only going to say that resulted in a change in the ordinance, and the ordinance was adjusted to make allowances for what was discussed in that meeting, and now that's the ordinance that we go by as far as property donations and things of that nature. It's in the ordinance right now.
Thank you for that clarification. If there's no further discussion on this item, we'll go for a vote. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, nay.
Excuse me, Chair, clarification.
We're voting on the sale of this item, and then you all will talk offline about the conditions.
So is it the sale at the not at 300?
At this
Can you clarify?
So, request to actually adopt what the chair is asking is that we sell in principle, but then by the time we go downstairs, we'll have the definitive price that we can then deliberate over. Because I think what I've heard from you all is that in theory, this is a great concept. This is a great concept. But what we've been doing is kind of talking back and forth with respect to the value proposition of the new and intended use, the current price of the property. So I think that we should at least make sure that we level set. And Dr. Thomas, we apologize for not making sure that we've contacted you and really discussed this prior to, so we make sure that it's on point.
So as it relates to the things that we've talked about in terms of precedent and all of that, we can go ahead and sell it to this individual, and that discussion doesn't have any bearing on that sale, or the sale won't have any bearing on that expanded conversation?
We don't want to set a precedent. What we want to do is take it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. All right, just clarifying.
So you stated, the latter half of what you stated is correct. This sale would not create precedent. We have an opportunity to expand the conversation to make sure that we get it right.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
ma'am.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Lisa Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say exactly what Chief Adams said, like that, just that case by case. If we're able to just know things ahead of time, not to add any, any tumultuous thing to the agenda setting, but just if it's something like this, that we can go ahead and talk, and then the prospective purchasers will have time to discuss and agree or disagree, and then we can do it simple and easy during the agenda. So I appreciate the y'all coming into the candor of the communication and conversation, and hopefully going forward we can be able to do that, just so we can see if there are any opportunities where we can be able to do this in our communities.
All right, so at this time, we're voting to sell this property. All right, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The eighth item is a resolution requesting the approval for the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 564 North Manassas Street, 38105 in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, and further described as parcel ID 001110000021, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Ford. Second by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, who from the administration will be speaking on this item. Give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Yes, Willie Alexander, City of Memphis Real Estate, 125 North Main. This is a surplus property. We did get approval from all departments. We do not have a future use for this property. His intended use is to build a single-family residence, and he did send me over the plans within the next 6 months. We did a market analysis, and we did an average of $5,500 that he agreed to. And we already have the $550 deposit, and we're asking for your approval.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? All right, we will go for a vote. Those in favor say aye.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other further discussion? All right.
Right off Jackson and Manassas.
Manassas Street, 564 North Manassas.
You know where Cozy Corner is? Okay, then you keep going north. So it's north of Cozy Corner.
Going to build a single-family residence.
Yeah, there been a lot of things in that area. There been a lot of new houses, especially on Manassas as it leads up to Humes and Porterleaf. Yeah.
All right, if there's no further discussion, we'll move towards a vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The ninth item is a resolution expressing official intent that certain expenditures to be incurred in connection with designating paving operations performed by Public Works be funded via intercategory transfer of revenue funds to expense account in Public Works Street Maintenance Department, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Ford Canale, second by Councilman Ford, who from the administration will be speaking on this item. Give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Joyce Leotis, Interim Director for Public Works, 125 North Main. We're just transferring $6.5 million from CIP funds into the street maintenance fund. It's already been approved, but it's just a formal request to move that money.
We in good standing? Director Person?
Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. Just to expand on that a little bit, we're not really necessarily increasing any monies. This is a budget neutral proposition. Let me give you a little background on this issue. So for at least the 3 years that I've been working in the finance division, we've had an issue with recoveries that are associated with our paving area. And the issue is that's a very small legal level within Director Tullialis' shop. And so those recoveries make their personnel expenses category as well as their M&S expenses category look essentially negative right out of the gate. And so they start filling funds when they're trying to pay bills. So what we're looking for is to move the recovery line, which comes from CIP and is paying for paving, into a revenue line. So it becomes a transfer in as opposed to a recovery. Now, operationally, that has no impact on the financials. The financials will be the same. But what it does is allows for them to pay their bills timely as opposed to filling funds. The alternative to doing this would be that we would recognize all of their recovery or their revenues from CIP up front, and what you would see when I come before you to give first quarter and second quarter reports, you would essentially have negative expenditures in both personnel and materials and supplies. So I'm trying to make sure that we're in keeping with generally accepted accounting standards, as well as give you an accurate portrayal of where we're going financially.
All right. Councilwoman Logan?
I'm not sure if it's just me or what, but I'm not quite following you. So if you could break it down before
Right.
we vote, that would really help me. Because, thinking, when I read it, I thought it was gonna be one thing, but now that you're saying that, it seemed like it's something way different. So if you could break that down a little bit
Yes,
more,
ma'am.
even if you had a slide that could show us from this place to this place.
Yeah,
this,
and
this what this
I
happened, this
don't.
what this
I don't have a slide. I mean, well, what I'm saying is I wish I did, but let me just kind of take it slow and
Well, even taking it slowly, if you use that same explanation, it's still going to be challenging.
it's not going to be the same.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you kind of work with me. I got to walk through it
Right,
because I don't
right.
have I didn't have time to make a slide, unfortunately. I apologize.
Well, but I do want to say to put a pin right there, and I don't mean to interrupt. When we're talking about things like this for everybody that comes, and I think we've said this a whole lot. The time is not the factor, the priority. It's us understanding because we got to vote and you're talking about money and this stuff. So take the time. Tell the staff to put it on a piece of paper with this over here and how this gonna change, so we can understand and we can all be on the same page, because that's what has happened in the past. We just said we ain't got time, we went on with this and we just voted. No, we wanna understand so we can partner and collaborate on managing this money, managing the city's money. So don't look at it as I don't have time, just look at it as I'm gonna take the time, and if I have to put it on next week, then I'm put it on next council meeting. Because I for one, and I know my colleagues want to totally understand, and we have said before, the way MLG and W has been coming with the breakdown and all of those things, that's how we want to move forward, because we're not going to be able to move forward like we did previously. So maybe we need to table this until you can, even if it's later today, until we can get something that we can understand. Now, if you want to go ahead and explain it, and then if that breaks it down and we understand, that's fine. I'm good with that. But if it's still the same, I'm not going to be able to vote.
Understood, Councilwoman. So what happens in this particular service center is that Director Tuliatis is required to pay paving. And so those expenditures come out as positive numbers every time she incurs an expense in paving. So if it's $5,000 of additional expense, that's $5,000 against her budget. And how we pay for that is we recover that $5,000 from our CIP account, because paving is a capital improvement. And so she'll recover the $5,000. The way we budget for that is a negative number. So instead of being a positive number, it's a negative number against the positive number, and it offsets. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm. So you're
Okay.
proposing now to do what?
Instead of having that as a negative number, I want to move that recovery to a revenue category. So a recovery is essentially revenue.
Yeah.
because it's a negative expense. A negative expense shows up the same way as a revenue. So with it being in personnel and material and supplies, those negative numbers are so large that they offset the expenditures. When that happens in our system, when those are offset, it makes it look like she does not have a budget. So her materials and supplies especially looks negative.
So
at
we're
the start.
moving money so she can pay her bills for paving.
So we're moving money
Yeah.
operationally so she can pay her bills.
Okay.
We're not increasing or decreasing one dime.
Okay.
We're just moving the categories.
Okay.
Does that help?
That makes much more sense.
Okay. Well, I apologize for the confusion. And I'm glad to produce something. We just kind of, it probably came to you a little late because it was a last minute emergent issue that came up in this particular
And
division.
if we don't approve it, she can't pay her bills.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So, but when you say emergency, was it an emergency?
I said emergent. What I meant by that is I was contacted, and director can speak to this, with the statement of, give me all my recovery, or I'm not going to be able to pay my bills, and contractors are going to walk away.
Oh, well, we don't want that.
So that's why I say this is an emergent issue. Now, it's not life or death, but it becomes a paving concern.
Right.
Right. And so are you all looking at, so it won't be an emergent situation moving forward, are you all, as the finance department, going through looking at areas like this that need to be adjusted so that it's not emergent, but it's the new model that, that allows you to do what you need to do and allows us to have the opportunity to hear you and understand it, and not feel like it's an emergent every situation. Is that something you all are doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's why we're here
protocol.
before you today, is because we're trying to address it from that standpoint. This has been going on since before I came to finance.
understand.
And I'm not throwing aspersions on
I
anybody, but I'm
understand.
saying that this very effort hopefully will be codified for future budgets,
Right.
so that we won't have this emergent issue anymore.
And
So
I
yes,
guess
ma'am.
I appreciate that. What I'm asking is, are you all as a department going through the financial side to adjust in areas like that has been before you that need to be evaluated so that it won't be an emergent situation moving forward for all of us?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Unfortunately, we have to tackle them as they come. We can go through and proactively review, which we've done.
Okay.
But it's a big budget in a big city, so sometimes things just do come up that we haven't addressed.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Forkin-Alley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The contracts are paid after the work is completed,
Yes, sir.
and that's why this work's been completed and they're waiting to get paid. So when the job is bid, why can't we move the money then, knowing that the expense is coming?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if a contractor, whoever, ABC, bids paving contract for whatever stretch, it's going to cost X. We're not going to pay them till the project's complete. So why can't we go ahead and move the money when we know what it's going to cost, so that when the job is complete, they're ready to be paid?
Well, because it's a budgeting issue within those categories. It's really not as much even the encumbrance itself, it's the budget portion. When we budget, we have to budget for that recovery. If we budget for the recovery, when we budget for the recovery, it offsets all of the positive expenditures in that category. So it shows up negatively at the end of that category. When we look at our legal levels, if we have a negative fund balance in our legal level, then we're unable to pay our bills. So I understand what you're saying about having an encumbrance, and we do have encumbrances there, but it's really more of an operational or mechanical issue within the Oracle system. It's a quirk of Oracle, and it's designed to keep you from overspending your budget. But because this particular service center is so small, it restricts our opportunity to pay bills that way.
Got it. I'm just saying, I know we have a budget we have to stick by. When we bid these contracts, we know they have to be within our budget. So when the contract is bid and we accept it, that's what I don't understand, why the money can't go ahead and be moved then.
once we
Well-
approve the contract. It seemed like we would have approved to pay them once we approved the contract.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. So I fully understand now. We, this is kind of getting into some academics again. Under modified accrual, we really can't recognize those expenses until we incur them. Just bidding the contract itself is not the incurrence of expense. It's actually the actual work being done. Once the work is done, the invoices come in, that's when we can recognize them under modified accrual.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
All right. Councilwoman Logan, you back in the queue? Okay. All right, if there's no further discussion on this item, we'll go for a vote. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed before this committee? And Joe, I want to get with you with TDOT about some issues with TDOT afterwards. Okay. All right. This meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Canali, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Dr. Warren, Councilman Warren, okay, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. It's a resolution to amend the FY 2025 federal budget by accepting and appropriating the expenditures and revenues for the weatherization program LIHEAP LW times 24-26 grant in the amount of $1,178,517.02. All council districts sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion? And second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford. Okay, moved by Councilman Ford, and who second? Who got the second? Jan. Okay, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. From the administration, we have Director Cash. If you would just unmute yourself, give us your full name and address, and you are recognized.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, Housing Director for the City of Memphis, 170 North Main, and I'm gonna see if I can share. Clicked it once, and I never know. There we go. So we're asking y'all to accept, here we go. We're asking y'all to accept a grant that we have received from the state, from THDA. It's a little bit over $1 million. We call it the LIHEAP grant. It is the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. Let's see. And the grant term is 2024 to 2026. We have the option, they usually give us the opportunity to amend if we need a little bit more time on the back end. This program is used in tandem with our current weatherization assistance program, which is to energize or to address any energy efficient issues in the home, and this helps with any health and safety improvements. So in order for someone to qualify, they have to already be a part of our weatherization assistance program, and then this can help bump up the total amount of money that we can spend in a unit. Under this program, we can do about $10,000 per unit. Just a couple of examples of health and safety type improvements that we're talking about: exhaust systems, so in your kitchen or your bathroom, any water heaters. We can do small roof patching with this work, with these funds, not a complete roof, but if you have a small leak somewhere. And then any minor plumbing, what you think about like a toilet running, or you need the elements on the inside of the toilet to be replaced, probably even a toilet replacement, that sort of thing, any minor plumbing issues. We currently have 3 contractors working with this program. 4 contractors. They're all MWBE certified. We are working with MoreTech. We actually, in partnership, we had a grant with the county and worked on a MoreTech weatherization house. And so we're working with them to get more contractors trained, and for more contractors to allow their recipients and their subs to be trained as well. But that house really helps to increase the level of contractor participation. There also are certifications that the contractors have to get in order to participate in this program, and so we're working to try to alleviate costs associated with that. Relative to what we have in the pipeline right now, we are assessing about 30 units. So some of those are currently in the stage of work underway, but some are just being assessed by our auditors. And then we've got about 50 homes currently on the wait list for this program waiting. And we take a batch at a time, so about 30 at a time, 50 at a time, just to be able to work through, and we don't have a long list of 100, 200 people waiting to be served. And this is just an image of some examples of the type of work that we do. So the upper left is insulation in the attic. They previously didn't have any insulation, which means it gets really hot and then it gets really cold depending on the time of year. And so we increased the R rating. You see that insulation in the second picture there, where we have insulated that attic. And then on the right-hand side are energy-efficient windows. A lot of people love windows. Windows can be drafty. And so this is just an example of that program, replacing those windows and then being able to add those. The shutter addition is probably through a different funding source. But these are just some examples of what that work looks like. With that, we are asking y'all to accept those funds. Happy to respond to any questions.
Council members, any of you have any questions or want to be recognized for this item? I do have a question. Is this a new program that will continue on, or is this your first time applying?
We've received this grant several years, and since the LIHEAP program has been in existence, we imagine as long as we continue to get the weatherization assistance program, then we'll continue to get this LIHEAP funding. So it's not new, but we do anticipate it continuing on.
And I did hear you say that you already have to be in the weatherization program in order to qualify for these dollars.
So the application process is through the I guess you would call it umbrella weatherization program. That program only allows about $7,500 to be spent in the house, and there are very specific things that the funds can do. So what the state tried to do is come in and say, we realize that there's more need, and so they tried to figure out a companion program to bump up the level of work that you can do in a home.
So the total is $10,000. So the addition would be like $2,500.
So the total, and I apologize if I'm being confusing, under our weatherization program, the total is $7,500. And then in this LIHEAP program, the total is $10,000 or up to $10,000. So if you are participating in both programs, it's up to $17,000.
That's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. All right. All right. If there are no, okay, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Director Cash, how do just ordinary citizens in our communities get part and know how to access to be part of this winterization program so they can have access to it? We have a lot of seniors, and I'm very concerned about it. That's happening. Roofing, plumbing, hot water tanks, and they have no idea that these programs even exist. And most of them are low income, as your program stated. And so how are we getting this out to the community, to our seniors? I am seeing it's embarrassing right now. You said something about roofing, and how are we getting this out to them? How can they be a part of this? Especially our senior citizens. They are suffering in this city, along with losing their property in this city and trying to maintain their homes. And all this money and all this is out here. And then I see you have a waiting list. And I did see that this program, I think I saw 2024 through 2026.
Yes.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
I think I read that. I saw that on your presentation. But how can we do better for them, for our seniors?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Great questions. And as I've said before, we are always looking for additional ways to get the word out because it is difficult. So what we do now, we do a couple of different things for our weatherization program, and this program in particular. We have done billboards. We go out to a lot of churches. We go to community fairs. So we'll go and speak to different congregations, or if there's an event or something going on, we have staff to go out. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we actually had a lot of news coverage on one of our repair programs that's similar to this one, and so we'll do that addition and as well to this program. And then seniors, when they call 211, those who know that it's out there, when they call 211, 211 will provide this information to them. So we're always trying to, and the other place that I should say is the mayor's town halls, and then we try to attend. We actually just attended the county commission. One of the commissioners had a block party event. We attended that, but between the mayor's town halls, other town halls that either council or commission is having, we try to be out in those when we have staffing available, which we usually do. And so we try to do all of those things. I know it's not enough, and so we would love any opportunity to partner with you all if y'all have other ideas. The other thing I should say, and we have different programs, as y'all know, but we are working with as well Young, Gifted, and Green to do some canvassing, some door knocking to make sure that people know about the different programs that we have available. And we can't knock on every door, but we try to target areas either where the homes are older or in this case where there may be a larger energy burden on the specific geography, just to be capturing the target audience.
Okay. Just an example, then I'll yield the floor. I just sent you a list, and you and I were talking about that, of those 8 to 10 seniors, elderly. Was this mentioned to them?
This was mentioned to a couple of them, but because we already had a wait list, we mentioned a different source. LISC currently has a grant for senior home repair. We felt like they could probably get into that program sooner than waiting behind our current 30 and then the next 50 that's on the list.
When you mention that to them, is there a follow-up just to make sure? Because if they don't have access to online, or do you have someone designated to just follow up just to make sure that they have everything they need and they are on the list and they qualify and they can benefit from these resources?
So typically, and especially when we get referrals or if somebody reaches out to me, whether I'm out and about or reaches out to a staff member, we call those individuals back and give them the direct resources. And then in terms of follow-up, because the volume is high, what we'll do is we'll follow up with the agency. We may say, hey, we just sent you four potential clients. Were you able to service them, hear their names, that sort of thing. So we're not calling people back who we initially get, but we are calling the agencies to determine if they've been able to help them. If there's a large batch and they say, oh no, this program didn't work or the program is full, then we will look for another avenue and then reach back out to those potential clients.
Okay. I needed to know, because when you said roofing, that really stood out, because I knew that one of the elderly, she's almost 90-something years old, and her roof is literally caving in, and she's just trying to maintain. And she was on that list that I sent. And it crushes me to see that we don't do a better job as far as making sure that they're taken care of and their needs are met. And then in the process of them losing their homes. And that's a whole nother beast here in Memphis. So thank you. And hopefully that list that I sent you, that those elderly people get serviced.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. One other area that might help with that, and I would love to hear if there could be some input or some assistance from the communications department to assist you all, as well as, I know this is regarding energy efficiency, and so maybe our MLG&W, area could help with that, getting the word out through the bill or something, as well as all of the senior citizen centers. And I know we gave some money for a position with the Aging Commission to give information to senior citizens. So like Meridian and Aging Commission and different senior citizens nonprofits that can assist. I'm sure they'd be glad to get that word out. And then just considering in the summertime, maybe college, high school volunteers that need some hours, they could come in and just make calls to senior citizens and let them know of the programs that you do have. That could be something they could put on their resume, and it would be free, and it would give them access to city to get in with you guys too. Just a few ways in which we could expand our offering to our senior citizens and giving them that information. Thank you, though. We appreciate that.
Great idea. Thank you.
Any other comments?
One quick one.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. When you said they had to already be a part of the program, what was the cutoff date?
So it's rolling, it's ongoing. It's just that for these funds that we're asking for acceptance now, you have to be a part of our weatherization assistance program. So people can apply. Like I said, we've got a current small wait list of about 50 people. And so once that wait list is exhausted, the program opens back up to take, the next 30 to 50 folks. We just try to keep the number somewhat manageable. Does that answer your question?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, if there's nothing else, and anyone else need to be recognized, thank you for your presentation. Anyone else need to be recognized for this committee? You have any other issues that need to come before this committee? If not, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This moves forward.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Memphis Select Gas and Water Memphis City Council Committee meeting. Today is Tuesday, November the 12th, 2024. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman White? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Councilman Dr. Warren? Councilwoman Walker? And Chair Espinoza.
Present. Thank you, Ashley. All right, there's two items on the agenda today. Item number one, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda for today, November the 12th, 2024. All council districts requested by MLGW. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Doug McGowan, MLGW 220 South Main Street. We do have 22 items today. I have 6 requesting same night minutes only because of timeliness for awards, and I'll mention those when we get there. So item number 1 is workman's compensation stop loss brokering for $385,000. This is a mandate that we are required to have workman's compensation insurance coverage at MLGW. This is a renewal of our term with our current provider, which is Willis of Tennessee. And so this provides that mandated workman's compensation coverage for MLGW employees. The next item is sale of division-owned property at 2424 Summer Avenue. This is the former North Community Office. It's located very near the corner of Summer Avenue and East Parkway. This was a part of a negotiated land sale with a neighboring property owner who's aggregating properties for redevelopment there. This was initiated under the prior council during some efficiency moves and a study that said this was excess property. And so we are disposing of that property now. we have gone through and we asked, Shelby County had expressed some interest in this property, did some exploration for 6 or 7 months, and then decided ultimately they did not want it. And so we have sold it at a competitive price that is at the assessed value of the property. The next is a mobile circuit breaker trailer for $846,000. This is a temporary power for substations. You've heard me talk, and sometimes we've had outages of a substation failure, whether it's a circuit breaker or a transformer. If the circuit breaker fails and I can't transfer the load to another circuit breaker, I can just deploy this trailer as a temporary measure to get power back up quickly for our customers. The next item is instrument transformers in the amount of $605,000. This is over 5 years. This replaces old equipment and has inventory for emergency repairs. They're used at our substations throughout our service territory, and these are the transformers that allow us to ensure the continued operation of the big transformers that we have in our substation, that they are operating properly. These are instrumentation transformers. The next is professional engineering services for gas engineering in the amount of $50,000. This is a contract renewal for $50,000. What this contract does is provide some additional expertise and manpower for MLGW to ensure the integrity of our gas distribution system. And this is on an as-needed basis when we are mandated to inspect certain parts of our system. This is software as a service in the funded amount of $259,000. We have software engineers who develop applications, and then they test codes before they make any changes. Some examples here: anytime that we make a change to our payroll, our human resources, our financial, or our key account software where we track people, track our customers and provide information there, this software allows us to test that in an environment, to run it through several scripts before we actually deploy it and go live. So it's a system that allows us to check software before it's operationally deployed.
So that's not actually for the change of software. You're saying that's the system that checks to see if the coding works and does what you want it to do.
Yes, ma'am. It is a tool that our production engineers use to make sure that any software we use can be tested before it goes live.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's not the actual, it's not like HR software or anything else. It's a tool that they use.
Okay, got it.
Yes, ma'am. The next is called VMware. This is a 3-year agreement through December of 2027. This is for many of our employees. We have 2,700 employees. Many do not have an actual hard computer at their desk because they don't sit at a desk. But what this provides is a virtual computer they can log into from any computer. They are logged in through a portal, and then this supports their applications just as if they are on an MLGW computer. So these are licenses. So as opposed to buying another 1,000 computers, this license allows people to use an existing computer they may have for services that they need from MLGW. Typically, our frontline folks don't need a computer day to day to do that work, but when they need to get onto their HR system, this is the system that they use. So this provides us, obviously, as you can see, customer information, allows people to access that remotely, our metering system, outage mapping, and then the Oracle Enterprise Business Suite. That's where we manage all of our internal functions at MLGW. So this is a virtual computer rather than an actual hard computer, and allows people to access those systems remotely. The next is a hardware upgrade, and this is a switch upgrade. This is out at our data center, out at the Netter Center. There are servers that we have in downtown and servers that we have at the Netters Business Center and other servers. This is the hardware that allows all those connections to connect. And again, we have experts here if you want to know the details here, but there are switches that the information goes through to make sure that data from this server gets to the appropriate place in the enterprise. This is reaching end of life, and if it fails, then clearly we're not going to be able to transfer information back and forth. So this is a planned upgrade to our enterprise system, the hardware of our enterprise system. And you can see that it affects our community offices where we take customer information, our My Account, which is your online account, customer contact center, meter management, and engineering services. So this is a hardware component of our information system. The next is the frame that holds all of these computers. This is a hub that connects and manages those components like computing, storage, network, cooling, and power. Now, the frame modules are reaching the end of life, and again, it manages the same system. So when you talk, these are all different contracts for different parts of that. So we talked about the software as a support to manage those systems when they're being modified. We talked about the connecting parts of the switches that need to go in. This is the actual frame that holds all the hardware of the system, and it's basically a hub that connects all of them together. Again, this is over 5 years to upgrade this system over the next 5 years. Solid soft drawn wire for $212,000. This essentially procures 80,000 feet of wire that we use in the normal course of maintenance and building out new projects across our electric distribution system. This is a large contract for $38 million over 5 years. We just completed a 5-year duration contract where we buy transformers. As you know, transformers are long lead items. You've heard us talk about this before. This one you're looking at here is single phase pole type. These are those round gray cans that are on the poles that you've seen around. That's what takes high voltage power, brings it down to a level that you can actually use in your home. This contract is for approximately up to about 8,260 transformers, allows us to have transformers to replace ones that fail and to build new transformers into our system. Some of the expansion that we're doing, we're adding new transformers to reduce the load in certain areas. You've heard me talk about this in some areas like Orange Mound and Castalia Heights, where we're adding new capacity to serve customers. This was a competitive bid, and Howard Industries won the bid, and these are all competitive bids.
How often do you have to change those?
The transformer? Yeah. So it depends. Typically, they have a lifespan. There's a specific, our engineers have a chart that shows when they fail. Single phase pole mounted transformers, those are the ones that you'll see sparking on the pole when a surge happens or when they fail and they kind of blow up and sound loud. Those are replaced as needed and they're put in. Our team also has an inspection routine, and they'll look based on age whether it needs to be replaced. When a transformer hits about 30 years old, the failure rate goes pretty exponentially high, the chance of it failing. The larger the transformer, typically the longer it can last. These smaller ones are replaced relatively frequently from an electric perspective, but I'm not talking about every year. You're still talking 30 years to 40 years on these transformers.
Thank you, President McGowan. Councilwoman White, great question. Councilwoman Logan was waiting patiently in the queue. You just blurted out 2 questions.
Okay.
I'm kidding. They were good questions. Thank you.
Do you want me to answer
McGowan,
now or
real quick.
move
Yeah,
on?
I'm going to give the floor to Councilwoman Logan. Thank you for smiling, Janika. Councilwoman.
Going back.
Oh, that's fine. I get it. Sometimes you just need to know. You just want to know. But I had a couple of follow-up questions on the on page 9. The professional services for gas engineering and operations.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is not. These are not positions or contracts for work that employees can do. This is for a position that you don't have anybody to fill.
This is specialized work in our gas system for inspections and also to provide engineering advice to our team that we don't typically need full-time. So it's extra capacity should we need it. So this is not something that a full-time person would do. It's additional experience or additional resource when we have a surge in capacity. So
okay, all right, just wanted to make sure. The next one is on page 11. I know you said that some of your employees, a lot of them are in the field and don't necessarily need a workstation, but they can, when they need to get on. So do they have like tablets out in the field? Because one thing that I had heard previously as it relates to changing systems and everybody, like Oracle, or when we changed some system here internally, everybody wasn't in the conversation. So some of the people in the field were not communicated with, and it impacted them without their knowledge. So that, we had to pivot in a lot of areas. Wanted to make certain that the people in the field who, will they, when they come in or wherever they are, do they have access to a workstation or a tablet?
Sure. And in the field, they have tough books in the trucks. That's our dispatching system and work order system, but they're not going to access things like the Oracle Enterprise Business Suite there. They will have mobile dispatching there, but this allows them to have access on additional devices, so they're never without the ability to connect to the information that they need. So, but this was thoroughly vetted through the entire organization.
Okay, so when they come in, when they come in, they have access though to a workstation.
There is, yes.
Okay, all right, great. The other thing that I wanted to know was on page 14. So after this, there's one more. This wire is just for the things that we do internally. It's not the things that we've contracted out where they're supposed to provide their own material. These are just.
And we do provide some materials for a storm. When there's a storm, we have a thing called a storm kit, and we supply all of the materials that people need. We're just paying straight for labor. But if we're contracting, one of the things that's coming up is the Allen pumping station. So we contract with somebody for that. They buy all the materials. They do the whole work for us. This is electric. This is part of electric materials that we keep on hand for our crews to use for normal construction.
When you asked for, at your last time you were here saying you need to you wanted a place to put all of your storage equipment. Yes. This is the kind of stuff you're talking about.
This is the kind of stuff. This and transformers, exactly.
All right. Now, the last thing is on page 15, this distribution transformers. Some time ago in my first term, we approved some money for some switchers and transformers. It was a big ordeal. How is this different from the ones we approved then?
What you approved was purchasing of distribution automation switches called DA switches. Those are the things that segment the system out, and that's what we're building we started this year, and that's what we're building out over the next 4 years, are those automated switches that open and close to segment out and to zero in on an outage and then reroute power. This is a basic part of an electric distribution system. Even if you didn't have those distribution automation, takes 23,000 or 12,000 volts and takes it down to 200 volts so you can use it in your home. That's what these phase 1 transformers are. So even if you didn't have distribution automation, you need these as a part of your electric distribution system.
A part of that overall system?
Well, these are part of this is a basic part. When you think about day-to-day maintenance, like fixing broken things or trimming trees, this is when something breaks, you need to be able to put a new transformer in and fix it, or when it reaches a certain age, you need to take out the old one, put a new one in before it breaks. Then distribution automation is how you manage all of those things together.
Okay, all right, understood. All right, that's all I have. I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman.
The next one is, I can't remember where it was here, so I think it's, three-phase pad-mounted distribution transformers. This is $52 million over 5 years. This is a large contract for up to 870 transformers. When I say three-phase, these are very large commercial transformers that for customers that use a lot of power. These are very large commercial properties that use these, and we put these into our system to provide power to businesses, large apartment complexes, those kinds of things. The next is a two-phase pad-mounted distribution transformer. There are few of these in our system, but this will buy about 10 of those to replace them when they are reaching an age to be replaced. The next is single-phase pad-mounted distribution transformers. So Councilwoman was just talking about the ones on the pole. These are the green ones that sit in people's yards. So depending on where your constituents are, they either have a pole-mounted transformer or they have a green transformer in the yard for areas where they have underground distribution. So this will buy about 4,215 of those. And this is for new home subdivisions that come in. This is to replace ones, again, that fail or get hit by a car over the next 5 years. And this is a CL3000 kVA. This is a very high voltage transformer. Again, this is about 3 of these transformers that we need in our system. These are specialized transformers that you would see in our bulk electric system. The next is for half-ton pickup trucks in the amount of $160,000. This is for 4 half-ton pickup trucks. Our crews are obviously heavily out there with pickup trucks and heavy equipment. This just replaces 4 outdated pickup trucks that are going to be retired and auctioned off. Nearing the end, office supplies and toners. This is $200,000. This is essentially exactly what you think. This is paper, pens, printer cartridges, toner for the copiers, everything you need to print stuff off and bring presentations to y'all onto the board. Yeah, nearing the end. This I want to spend a minute for this. When TDOT does a state project, it involves removing infrastructure. Like when they widened Lamar Avenue and put all the infrastructure in, MLGW is involved in that because we have to remove our infrastructure. There is a share that we pay, and we pay the state to have this all relocated. Why do we pay? Because we get brand new infrastructure out of it, is essentially the case. So we had some infrastructure, now we get brand new infrastructure. There is a reimbursement that comes with that. So we don't get all of it for free, we get most of it for free, 75% reimbursement. On this particular project, I just want to call this out and say, this is 100% of the cost to relocate the infrastructure. We are negotiating with TDOT the reimbursement of this. And I will just say briefly, without getting all the gory details, this project started in 1999. And there was a timeline for us to respond, and we missed that timeline. And so the state is sticking by, well, if you miss the timeline, you don't get reimbursed. Okay, it's now 25 years later, and we're actually executing the project. So we're working with the state. I think we have a really good relationship, and we'll probably get reimbursed much of this funding. But for our fiber optic, it's $73,800, and this is one same night minutes, so we can get the project moving. I know after 25 years, it sounds funny, but this is $809,000 for this is our gas distribution utilities. The next one is $2.17 million, and this is for electric distribution utilities along Summer Avenue when they do this project. And the fourth one is the relocating water distribution facilities along this project. And you guys, this is right near the at home, that area over there. What's that called? Sycamore View. Yes, Sycamore View. That's the road in that area. You guys have seen that. There's a bridge in there in between, kind of when you come out of, I think, past the putt and you're on the way over. Yeah, exactly in that area there. So that's where the Summer Avenue improvement is.
Sycamore View to White Station,
Yes, sir.
closer to
Yeah,
Sycamore
that's
View.
right.
Summer Avenue is my poplar.
Yes, there you go. Okay, coming to council with a director of customer care salary in the amount of $165,859.20. This is a person, as you know, we've done a lot of work in customer care. It's been in-house. This is an open and vacant position we've been hiring for. We've had a competitive process. We're down to some finalists now, so I'd like to get your permission to move forward with a salary. This is the person that will oversee those 100+ individual customer service agents and any contracted agents that we have. The team's done a really good job of getting us from 48 minutes to 9 minutes to 3 minutes. The team wants to get down to 90 seconds and obviously continue their customer service experience and improving that. So really good candidates. We had Korn Ferry do a competitive study for us. This is essentially below mid-range for where you would bring somebody in at the study. And so we're asking for your permission to be able to hire someone into this, for this salary, to hire someone into this position. And that concludes the consent agenda items for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President McGowan. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. The Director of Customer Care,
Yes, ma'am.
did you say that was a new position?
No, ma'am, it's an existing position we've had that we just haven't had filled. And so we've been searching for somebody to fill this position. Mr. Davis, who's our VP of Customer Care.
Curly hair.
Mr. Davis?
Is he the one with the curly hair and the glasses?
Yes, yes.
So I thought that was his
So
position.
he's the VP that has everything. He has customer experience. He has all of the energy efficiency things that we do. He has key accounts. He also has this. He has accounts and customer accounts and records, metering shop and billing shop. So the call center is only one component of what he does, and this is a director that will run that call center.
Okay. And the other question was the Howard Industries,
Yes, ma'am.
what's the total that we're spending with them?
I'd have to add it up over 5 years, but it's a lot of money.
But is it like $100 million?
Close, yes. If not 100 million, it's that. But it's again, it's a really good question. Competitively bid. 4 vendors approached us with a bid. Several could not meet the requirements of what we had to get the volume of transformers for us. And so Howard just became the winning bidder because they meet the standard, they can provide the product, and they were at a competitive price.
So are they kind of have a monopoly?
They do not have a monopoly. I will tell you that a good question. So who produces these locally? Well, the answer is no one really, but our friends at HYCO down at Pigeon Industrial Park are in the transformer business now. So we've been down there to meet with them. That's Memphis producing transformers. Just to give you a sense of what they produce, they're producing like between 60 and 80 transformers, these large ones per year. But we've been talking to them about how can we get some local procurement, how can they ramp up, but as you see, we're talking about thousands of transformers here to be built.
Can they be a prime and have a sub or something?
The HYCO folks?
Huh?
The HYCO folks?
Yeah, Howard Industries.
Well, they produce this at their factory. This is North Carolina.
What can they do on the sub part? Is there anybody that can talk to that, Chair?
Well, this is not I guess I could talk to them about some.
Yeah, because you're talking about $100 million. We're just asking them to pull somebody along with them, that could possibly engage. I think it's worth an approach or a conversation locally. You're talking about $1 million from local dollars. I think having that conversation is very important with anybody that that we're paying $1 million to, and it's not like we're taking it from them. We're just asking them to help us as a city because that will improve our abilities and the people here, the contractors here. So I would like to just see that be at least an ask or a conversation.
Okay, I just want to be careful there. I want to make sure as we go through our disparity study, we have very specific rules that we have to apply with respect to setting a goal here. So that doesn't mean we can't ask.
Right, absolutely. And I don't want us to do anything that is not ethical or that's in the
absolutely
rule.
not.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
That's definitely not, and you know that. That's not me. So what I'm asking is just that this is over $100 million. And if they can, they can, but at least we would have done our due diligence to represent
and I'll find out before tonight if we've asked them that question. This is very much like a commodity, like we're buying thousands of feet of wire. We're buying thousands of transformers, but we'll ask the question.
Thank you so much. I
appreciate
bet.
Absolutely. And as you know, we have very aggressive people running that program for us down there in our supplier diversity.
Let me make sure that's it. And I really love this new system because it makes sure we're all on the same page.
Great.
We haven't had any back and forth with MLG&W since we started this, so hopefully everybody will.
Yep.
Well, not in, so this works out. But thank you. I appreciate your leadership.
Sure, appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm done. I yield back, Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, thank you. Any other council members? Councilwoman Green.
I just want to echo your last point, especially, the last one on the salary. I know that we've been back and forth, and we started our year at sort of a contentious point, and it's so much better for us to just have the information up front and to be able to ask the questions, and you get these to us in a timely manner, which I can't say about every division. So I just wanted to say that I'm really grateful for your level of detail and for your willingness to, put it in this easily digestible format for us and for the public so that we can get through the business of the people more easily. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. With that, we'll go to a voice vote. And you know what? I'll say no with no objections. This will just go downstairs with a positive recommendation. No objection. It is an item that we'll vote on today, though.
That's right.
So, and we had a motion properly seconded it. So no objections. Item number 1, done. And then item number 2, so we started around 11:20. We've got lunch in 8 minutes. This is an important discussion. A lot of people work during lunch, though, so I just want to be aware of everybody's time. I'm going to shoot for a 12:20 cutoff to end the discussion, but it's a very important discussion. So let me read the agenda item. Item number 2, MLGW 2025 budget overview and the reliability and resiliency roadmap. All council districts requested by MLGW. This is not anything we're voting on today. This is, again, proactive. I think all council members received an email last week. I've got the 2025 budget book. I think hopefully you'll have it. So just set an expectation. 12:20 will end the conversation, but obviously this is the first of many conversations. So with that, President.
Is the 12:20 going to include the update on the gray water facility?
I do not see that specifically on the agenda, but it is in the book, and he's going to bring it up, and he is going to bring that up today. So we'll do.
By 12:20.
I do not expect us to get through all however many 100 pages this is today. But this is just us going through it for the first time in committee, and then we'll bring it up it'll be a 2-month process starting next week.
You'll have
or 2 weeks.
the first opportunity the next council meeting to vote on it, but we can continue to discuss it in committee. So, but I'm happy to give a quick update if you'd like.
So not trying to avoid any conversations ever, but just in the interest of time.
Sure.
Yeah.
So my question is, will the 2:20 cutoff include the update on the gray water facility?
12:20 will be the cutoff, and you know what? You want to start off with the gray water?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can do
so
that
we'll
now.
Start with that. Is that good? Everybody go with that? All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
So what we're speaking of is the city of Memphis engaged with TVA when TVA built the Allen plant and asked that they use MLGW water until such time as we could use a recycled facility for cooling the TVA power plant. When XAI came to town, one of the first things that we asked was that they not put wells in, that they use MLGW water and join us in the journey on recycled plants so we could use recycled water from the wastewater treatment plant instead of aquifer water. That's a very short background. They agreed to that. This is not an MLGW project, but we have been at the table working on this because we're deeply invested in this. At the end of the day, we will be selling less water to customers in the industrial area, but because you have a public utility, we have the ability to say that's the right thing to do. And so, through a lot of dialogue and a lot of coordination and weekly meetings for about the last 4 months, the city of Memphis, TVA, XAI, MLGW, Nucor Steel has been at the table. A design has been forwarded for what will be essentially the world's largest ceramic membrane bioreactor, which will be a wastewater recycling facility. The permit has been put forth to the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation for the construction of a $78 million facility that will produce 13 million gallons of recycled wastewater each and every day. That water will come from the wastewater treatment plant instead of going in the Mississippi River, but will be recycled and then is available for use by XAI for their computer system cooling. Kind of what Councilman Warren was talking about earlier, will be available for use by TVA for cooling of their facilities, will be available for the city of Memphis for use in their processes of the wastewater treatment plant and for any other industrial customers like Nucor. So this is a process we were underway with. I view this as an acceleration of a project that was underway, and we're closer now than we have ever been to realizing the promise of this. And so I'm encouraged with where we are. And I think soon, we've spoken with TDEC, I think we'll have a favorable ruling from them on the permit, and then I think they'll move forward with construction. So we're very close to being able to get this thing moving forward. So that's as far as we are right now. I don't have a construction date yet, but we do know there's a formal request into TDEC for approval of that permit, which is the predicate for getting it underway.
Thank you for that update, President McGowan. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, did you state who was paying the $78 million?
Yes, XAI has indicated they're going to pay that up front, and they're going to construct the entire facility, and then they'll work with the individual customers to determine if they're going to pay a share of the construction or whether they'll sell the water to them as a way of recovering any of the cost, but they're going to front the money for the construction.
So at some point, are we to buy it from them? Is that correct?
That has not been worked out yet, and I defer to Scott Morgan of the city about that, whether or if they choose to do that. But I think that's an opportunity that's been discussed.
And you did state it would be the largest in the world?
Of this kind of wastewater recycling, yes. That's what I've been told, is that the largest ceramic membrane bioreactor, yes.
All right, thank you. I yield the
Yep.
floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And let the record show Councilman Canale showed up probably about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I didn't recognize you. Sorry about that.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
President McGowan.
I'll go in 20 minutes here. We'll get as much done as we can. So I just want to remind everybody, we're on a fiscal year. Our fiscal year is a calendar year basis. That's why we're here now. Our Board of Commissioners has already reviewed and favorably approved the budget that is presented to you all. And you all are required to take a look at this, review it, vote it up or down based on what we present to you today. It's basically you're approving the budget in total by your vote. And then obviously you have to make sure that we can meet all of our bond obligations as one of the necessary predicates. So with that, I'm just going to jump in and say that I'm very pleased to present you this budget. It's going to allow us to continue the great progress we've made on our electric system reliability. It's making us ready for the challenges of tomorrow. We can keep our rates low. We can keep them affordable. And then we're going to do that this year without asking you for any new rate actions. So I'm going to jump right into electric. We've talked a lot about this, but the bottom line is we can continue our aggressive vegetation management, preventative maintenance actions. It will begin the next 5 year. We talked about the way forward plan. We'll just start the next 5 years of that with this budget. And we'll also be able to expand our grid to provide services where our grid is stressed today so we can continue growth in the county. It's complemented by our first ever battery storage. We talked about that, put some money in the budget for engineering last year. We think they're going to come online this year. And then the obviously acquisition build out of a new state-of-the-art operations center. Some of you have been to ours, some of you may have been to TVA's, but the bottom line, if we're going to have a modern distribution system, we need a modern control center for that distribution system. And that was part of our study with our engineering partners. On the gas and water side, oops, I didn't flip the slide. Gas and water side, we're going to be able to continue the modernization of our water production and treatment and distribution system. You know, we're upgrading 5 of our pumping stations with new filtration. We're going to put in a number of new wells to increase production. And then one of the big things you'll see is the Allen pumping station. We're building that starting this year. That's one of the big capital drivers. Importantly, we're going to continue that lead service line replacement that we've been doing. We'll be able to accelerate the pace of that. You've seen some announcements on that recently. And this year, we're going to begin some of the private side lead service replacements, which is something that we know is the right thing to do. EPA hasn't mandated that, but that's the right thing to do. And then certainly in 2025, we're going to continue our progress on safety and integrity of gas, but also installing that 5-mile extra high pressure gas line. That's critical to assuring that we always have natural gas available to our customers. And you'll see that very large project in our gas system. The next slide is basically saying there are some support things, and Councilwoman Logan alluded to this. The North Service Center, which gives us more storage, gets us out of an outdated facility behind the commercial appeal there for transformer and heavy equipment maintenance, and then obviously provides us additional storage. This provides us with about a 3% cost of living increase for our employees and 3.5% that was negotiated 4 years ago for our non-represented employees, and keeps us competitive and our employees competitive with the market. And so I'd like to move on before we get into the budget and say, what did we do with the budget you approved last year and the years before? Well, I call this commitments kept, and we talked a lot about tree trimming. Councilwoman Logus asked us not to take 3 years to get on a 3-year trimming cycle, and we're not. Last year, we exceeded our goal by 18%. This year, as a matter of fact, today, we're 30% of the way through the year, but we're only 18% of the way through the days. So we're well ahead of where we are. That chart's a little outdated because last week they trimmed more. We're at 415 miles. So we're keeping our commitment to you there. That's what this chart shows. More than that, this was council, those who've been on council before, the Way Forward plan. This is our regular and recurring investment in replacing outdated infrastructure. And so for all of these electric components, the transformers, the circuit breakers, and the poles, we have exceeded what we said we would do. For our underground cable replacement, we are right on target, and we had been behind. So our team worked very hard to catch up on underground cable replacement. So essentially what you had asked us to do, what you funded us to do, we have done in electric infrastructure. The one exception is this is what you were talking about, Councilman Lewis, was distribution automation switches. By now, we should have had 1,100 in, but you know that we moved to a PLTE communications system, and so we're phasing those in 300 a year from now over the next 4 years. So we'll change the tracking on this, so you know it's still the same number of switches. We've increased that number, and so this one was a purposeful pause, so we didn't have to go back and redo them.
Real quick,
Yep.
Councilwoman Logan has a question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So, yes, and I appreciate that because that was going to be my question, to look at what you presented in the way forward as when where we are right now.
That's what this is.
Now, I want to understand this. So, like, say, use tree trimming. Go back to tree trimming, not tree.
Yep.
Well, the lights, the street lights.
Oh yeah.
So I know you said that the street lights were going to be, we replaced them all in a certain amount of time. Then you were going to go back and fix the ones that didn't work right or whatever.
Right.
So things like that, is that baked into this presentation? You going back through to shore up that project or that initiative that you said you were going to do in the way forward plan. So you told us to just bear with you, let you get it all the way out and done, and then you would circle back and fix the problems that were broken, all of these areas, from tree trimming to lights to everything. And I just want to make sure that that's reflected in this presentation.
The only thing that's not reflected here is the streetlights, because essentially we replaced them all, we've completed them all, and then you know we presented that phase 2, which was going back to fix them, and you guys approved that budget this late spring, summertime. So those crews are here and they're actively doing that. But that project's underway. I can provide a separate update on that. But for all the rest, this is exactly what you're talking about.
So the tree trimming part is just the phase 1 part, not the phase 2 part.
No. Okay, so tree trimming is an every year item that we do. It's you want to be on a 3-year trimming cycle. We had not met our tree trimming goal for 27 years. This last year, we met it and exceeded it by 20%. We're well ahead of that target this year. That's our first step in reliability. So tree trimming is an every year thing. The phasing you were talking about is with the street lights, and that was, phase 1 was change them all. Phase 2 is go back and fix any underground power faults. That's underway right now. I anticipated that will be, majority of that will be completed by the end of this year, and that included the high mast lights on this highway, the underpass lights, and you can see those being changed out now, and then fixing the underground faults. We are now down to about 350 active faults. When we started this project, we had about 1,700 work orders for streetlights. So our team is doing a good job of getting us to where we need to be.
So I'm just talking about the neighborhood streets. So I know you're getting the highway and all that, but the streets throughout the neighborhoods, that's in phase 2, going back and replacing.
No, they're doing that now. And,
Okay.
and they've prioritized the neighborhoods. Oh, I told them based on our conversation, prioritize the neighborhoods. We'll get the highway too, but let's prioritize the neighborhoods.
And that should be, phase 2 will be done in December.
By the end of the year, substantially complete. Will I ever have all of the streetlights working? Probably not, because something's going to happen to one of them, but we'll get them substantially complete.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so moving to, we talked about that. We talked about gas. We also met all of our gas way forward, except for the one here, which is this is that extra high pressure gas pipeline that's 5 miles that goes from Gill Road to Weaver Road. Due to supply chain issues, we didn't have the right parts to do this project during this period of time, so it's going to be completed in 2025. But for all the rest, we've either met or exceeded our goal for the way forward plan. And for water, we have met or exceeded all of the things we said we would do during the way forward plan, and now we'll be moving forward with the next 5 years. The upshot of all that is that you should expect improvements in reliability. And this is a very busy chart, but I just want to tell you, electric reliability as it stands as of the end of October, we are not at our goal for electric reliability, but we are moving in the right direction. If you look at all of those, they're moving towards the goal line. 5 of the 7 metrics are the best they've ever been in 6 years. 2 of the others are the second best they've been in 6 years. And that's all attributed to replacing outdated infrastructure and trimming the trees. So you're getting results. We're not there yet. We're not celebrating until all of those highlights are in green. They all need improvement, but they're all improving year over year. And I think your customer and your constituents are probably feeling that. Okay, so what does this budget fund on the electric infrastructure? The next phase of the 5-year plan. Every year we're going to replace 2 substation transformers, 10 circuit breakers. about 600 poles, and we'll reinforce about 1,500. We're going to replace 90,000 feet of underground cable, and we're going to construct that central shops at the North Service Center. So each year we're going to do this. That'll be our new way forward. We're calling it the Infrastructure Renewal and Replacement Program. And then this year we'll get started on the North Service Center. What you were talking about, Councilwoman Logan, the grid modernization, we're going to do about 330 of those switches a year over the next 4 years. We're starting to build out that communications network that talks to all those switches. We're installing the parts that make up that automated distribution management system. There's a new system operations facility. We haven't located it yet, but we need to design one and put that into place. And then the distributed energy resources, those are the batteries I talked about. This is important for us to have resilience, additional energy should we need it. We don't often think about growth, but if you'll look at the chart that I have up there, everything that is highlighted in red is more than 100% loaded as a substation. So what that means is you can't add any new growth in those areas, or there's a higher risk of failure. And so over the next 5 years, we'll invest in expanding substations to make sure that all of those reds turn to either tan or green, meaning there's additional capacity there for those areas to have additional loads added. If you're in an area that's not highlighted red or yellow, that means there's additional capacity for your system to grow in that area. So it's based on the loading of the substation. The bottom line is over the next 2 years, we're going to spend about $438 million on electric system improvements. And that's going to get us down the road on modernizing our system. For gas, the transmission integrity pipeline, that 5 miles, that's a very large expenditure for us.
Yes, the 483 million that we're going to spend over the next 2 years, is that money that we already approved, or this additional money?
When you approve this budget, I'm not asking for more money.
Okay,
I'm
that's what I
asking
was
for
trying to
no additional rate actions this year. I'm just asking you to approve the budget.
Okay.
This overall budget is 3% higher than last year. That's basically it. But with the rate actions you approved last year, with what I have, you're going to be able to, when you approve the budget, I don't need to do anything else to ask for more money.
That includes the facility operations system you want to build?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Is that a new, you wanted to move at one point?
That is the system operations at Covington Pike that you've been in. When we do this distribution automation, we have to modernize that.
Okay.
Probably can't do it in that building, so we're going to have to find another location for that and modernize it. So
you have to move away from the one on Covington Pike?
Well, just that function. There's a meter shop in there. There's a whole bunch of radio shops.
The university will still be there?
Oh, all that stuff. You're talking about just the computer control room that has all of the different panels that control the system.
And those, the place, where you putting all those trucks and extra equipment, you used to have, and I might be saying it's the wrong thing, you used to have supplies in this area, supplies at Brunswick, supplies at different places. Are you putting them all in one place now?
No, we still have that spread out, but at the North Service Center, which is our largest service center, we'll be able, and you've seen down here behind the commercial appeal building, we have a couple of open lots that have a bunch of transformers sitting on them. That's what we're going to consolidate to the North Service Center.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So in our gas system, we do steel tap couplings in the street. We're going to replace regulator stations, about 2 of those per year. And then this is that architecture and engineering for that system operations that comes out of the gas division. So the water, we'll be constructing the new Allen pumping station. That will take several years to construct. We'll talk about the new water wells. We had been putting about 3 to 4 wells in every year. This ramps that up to about 8 wells per year so we can increase production. I'll talk about that if you'd like. Replacing the filter media over the next 2 years at 5 pumping stations to ensure we continue to have the best water available. We're going to do those lead service line replacements, continuing those at a pace of about 1,500 a year on our side. And then this year, we're starting a private side lead service line replacement pilot. And we'll use federal money that's allocated for the purpose to replace private side lead service lines to develop a program so we can do that over the next 10 years. Okay. I'm going to let Dana Jeans hit budget details in the last 5 minutes quickly, because we have 20 minutes. Go ahead, Dana.
Okay. All right, if we go to the next slide, just as budget overview. Again, we have no proposed rate increases no new proposed rate increases for gas or water. As you recall, the council and board approved a series of 4% rate increases in the electric division. 2025 will be the second year of that increase. That's roughly about a $5 per month impact to the typical residential customer. As you've heard President McGowan say up to this point, the focus on the budget is improving reliability and resiliency, making investments in our system. Many of the investments have been deferred over the years and are needed to be able to continue to serve our customers in the way they expect. We mentioned the wage increases of 3% for a non-bargaining unit and 3.5% negotiated with our bargaining unit, again, to maintain a competitive workforce. We do have an addition of 36 net new positions in this budget. The majority of those are on the technical side, engineering or IT, in support of our operations. We have labor increases. Again, part of that labor increase is the new positions, and part of it is the wage increase. At the bottom of the page, there's a table that just shows our authorized and budgeted and filled positions by year. We typically always have vacant positions because of churn. Therefore, we do not budget for every position to be filled at any given time. Therefore, you can see the dollars for the budgeted positions are less than the authorized positions. So the budget position number, they're the second row in that table, is the real number that is incorporated in the budget. Our next slide shows our O&M growth's about 3.8%, roughly in line with inflation over last year. We've got capital spending, $382 million. That's $46 million higher than last year, again, driven by the water pumping station and the gas transmission project. And we continue to invest and extend the Way Forward initiatives into the next round. The next slide, in my remaining 3 minutes.
Real quick. Excuse me, Dana.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Green.
I just actually wanted, you can go to the next slide. What I wanted to say is twofold. One, I really appreciate the authorized versus budgeted positions, and I would appreciate if the administration's listening or watching, they also consider that sort of technique when it comes to our budget, because there are multiple divisions where we have many authorized positions, and we don't need to be budgeting for all of them because they're never getting filled. The other thing I wanted to say was if the folks at MATA are listening, because we passed a resolution the last time we were here for them to bring their budgets and financials to us on a quarterly basis, this is the kind of level of detail we're looking for. Not a 8-point slide with some nice bullet points. This level of detail that is showing us, Fluffy, you said it, not me, Cooper Sutton, that has this level of detail breakdown into the divisions, that has a detail of your capital, your expenses, what you're expecting to happen. This is what budgets and financials look like. So I say all that because this, as Councilman Espinoza said, we have very short time and we're going to go over it for a long time, but this document is hundreds of pages. That's what we should be looking at when we're looking at MATA's budget as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thank you, Councilwoman Green. And I'll make this comment too before Councilwoman Cooper Sutton wants to make a comment. Yes, we're meeting again on the 26th. Again, this is just the first discussion, saying this for the public, on a huge budget. It's available on our website, your website, I believe.
Yes.
And just a ton of detail. So yeah, thank you. I echo her comments. Discussion number one as we wrap it up today, Dana. Sorry, you don't have 3 more minutes.
Okay.
And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I don't know if I missed it. I don't know if I didn't hear it, but there is a new engineering ops center, am I right?
We propose a new engineering and operations center to replace the one that's at Covington Pike.
For 70 million?
No,
Do
we
you-
have,
what?
I think we have $25 million in the budget for that,
25 million in the budget
yes, this year.
this year?
Mhm.
All right.
So we haven't decided on what that will look like. We haven't decided where it is. I'll just say the Engineering Operations Center, if you've been to Covington Pike, we're happy to bring you out there. If you've been to, this is necessary for a modern system operations center. This was part of what we discussed with when we did system operations, when we did distribution automation and grid modernization. There are several options. I have to keep that one running, but I need to find a new location to build one out. So I think the 70 million you're talking about is there. We had talked to some folks to give us an estimate of probable cost to build a brand new building from the ground up.
Okay.
That was, if you build something that's about that size, that's probably going to be about 70 million. If we find an existing building we could remodel, we could maybe get it for less, but we haven't decided on the course of action here. So we put that money in there to determine, so we have some funding, so that once we decide on the course of action, we can get started on it. But obviously, I can't spend any of that until I bring it back to you. I couldn't, if I have $25 million in the budget for that, I can't just, with your budget approval, go forth and do something without coming back to you to say, here's the plan. And what you could expect for us is, here's all the analysis of alternatives, here's what we need, here's the ideas that we have, and we're seeking your approval for whatever course of action we're bringing forward. So, but we've got to get started, because at the end of the runway here, when I get to 2028 and I've got all the distribution automation systems in place and I've got all the switches in place, I need a system that can operate all that, and I need a home for all that to happen. And so we got to get started in this budget season designing that, either acquiring, building, designing this new system operations center.
Yeah, we do need to listen and let you present this to us. So I'm excited for that to happen. But unfortunately, we just didn't have the time for that today. So we'll talk about that, and maybe we schedule a separate date or something between now and next committee meeting. But we do need to reserve the time, hold questions. I humbly think that in this committee.
Spinoza, Chairman, I would like to just finish, if you don't mind, please.
I'm so sorry, Councilwoman. I thought you were done. I wasn't trying to interrupt. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I appreciate you. Thank you so kindly. It's always when I'm talking, I get this interruption. I yield the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President.
You bet.
You sure, Councilwoman? Any other questions?
Sure, we gotta have to practice on when we're
All right.
talking and other
Good.
council need to be kind of just let me finish out.
Thought you were done, Councilwoman. Sorry about that.
So we need to be respectful of that moving forward.
Agreed.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there anyone here from libraries? Welcome to Libraries and Neighborhood Improvement Committee meeting. The November 12th meeting of Libraries and Neighborhood Improvement Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Wright, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Chair Walker.
Present. So we have two items today. The first item is a resolution. One item, and it is a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer $1,500,000 from the FY 2025 CIP project number L101000 Library Cover Line Contract Construction to FY 2025 CIP project number L101034. FY 25 Library Central Library Escalator and Elevator Repair, Contract Construction, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by Administration.
So moved.
Second.
Who is from the administration that will be speaking on this item?
I will, Madam Chair. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. This is a standard appropriation or request to appropriate funds that was allocated in the budget with respect to the escalators and the elevator repair at the Central Library. So originally you all allocated this to libraries. They identified a project, which is the escalator and elevator project, and they're requesting to appropriate the funds into that line so they can move forward with the replacement of the escalators and repair of the elevators.
Okay, thank you for that. And in the queue, we have Councilwoman Logan. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief. How long will they both be they won't be at the same time? How long will one take or the other, or will they be at the same time? I know there's one.
I'm sorry. I know that they will be, they're going under design. I'll get the definitive timeline and I'll make sure that we present that back to you all to understand exactly which one is coming first and how long it will take.
And also, I know when we talked about this, well, I was mentioning that the concern that I saw with some of our unhoused and unsheltered residents have like grocery carts, and they put their things and they bring them in or try to bring them in. How are we resolving that? Because some of them can't get up, take all that stuff up to the second floor. I just kind of wanted to know. And then the safety, the other thing was the safety plan while they are repairing them. Because I was asking if something, I was up on the second floor and I was asking if something happened, how do we get down? Because it was just one escalator and a lot of people. So we could include that when you bring that information back, I'd appreciate it. But I'm kind of right now interested in the plan for assisting our neighbors who may be unhoused or unsheltered, who use the library for daily services, whether it's using the restroom or, but have all of their things.
So that is an appropriate question. One of the things that we try to balance at the library is providing assistance. As you know, most of the libraries have a social worker. The Central Library actually does have a social worker, so they go down and they actually reach out to those that are in need. We do try to make it a policy in which if you are going to patronize the library, then the facilities are available to you,
Right.
not just one that you can come in and just make it a public restroom, because they have had issues there where
Right.
they've had to unfortunately call law enforcement to assist. So right now, that's the policy in which they are working, but then at the same time balancing the true need of the individual to ask them and help them seek whatever assistance that may be available to them.
Okay, okay. So
And
getting on the elevator was one of the things that I saw happening with a lot of belongings.
so one of the things that they have to do again, the staff is really hesitant about engaging because they've had some incidences before. So they do have a new security contract, and they do have a new firm that actually is now enforcing strictly those policies about bringing those things in. But then at the same time, they're balancing not leaving it out so it becomes something that people either rummage through, pilfer, or just kind of spread out along the parking lot. So in the event you have someone that gains access to the second floor, what they try to do is they try to push the cart in an area in which they could make sure that it's relatively secure. We don't try to secure it from a staffing perspective, but they push it out of the way so it doesn't become a nuisance or something unsightly as you walk in and out of the library as well. Now, I can't speak to the one incident that you have that you observed, but I did, when I went over and have gone over in the past, I've noticed that they are stopping, they're putting the carts either on the back end of the library, and I think that's closest to the Walnut Grove area. And so they try to push that in that area. With respect to exit plans and exit strategies, second floor and above, there is a service elevator in which they do assist those who are on those areas that need to get in and out. So they do use the service elevator as well.
So the general public, if there was an evacuation, would use the service elevator?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We've
are they
done
aware
so.
of that?
They are.
Okay.
They are.
Good.
As a matter of fact, when we had the incident with the person,
Yes,
actually,
yes.
that's how we actually was able to evacuate the library.
So there, it's posted like, you know how you say you're here?
No, we assist them because that's an employee area. That's solely for employees.
Okay.
But when you need to evacuate, that's what you do. And in the event that there is a need for an accommodation, they do use that service elevator when the others are down.
Okay, great. The other thing, have y'all, and I don't know what peer cities do for this type of issue. I'm sure there is something that, I know we're not the only one that have that concern, and I was wondering if maybe they could look into what's being done. I don't know, there may be lockers that are there that are available. You know how you go to the place, you turn the little key thing, and you go prior to something,
We'll
like that,
consider
or
that.
innovative. If y'all could kind of look into that too, because pushing the cart is still pushing the cart in and moving the things around. But if there was some kind of those Amazon, kind of larger lockers or
Yes,
something,
ma'am.
I don't know. I don't want. It's just something to think about because it is a reality.
Yeah, that's an
thanks
excellent idea, and I'll make sure that we consider that.
Okay, thank you. I
Yes,
appreciate it. Yield back, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to recognize that Councilwoman Green has joined us. Councilman Warren, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is like, I think, one of the nicest libraries that we've built in Memphis. It's iconic. And it's sort of, as you look at big iconic structures, they tend to have escalators or rolling, floors like we have at the library. And I don't know what it is about those things, but they're mechanical, and since they're mechanical, they do break down, and we do need to get this fixed. It's a safety issue.
Yeah.
But also it's something that I think citizens obtain pleasure out of when they come. Makes it easy to get around the library. It's a good thing. So we only have one elevator working at this time. It's a service elevator. We have service and one other.
So the regular elevators, they work.
Two of them?
Correct.
And one's not working.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but they work intermittently. So some work sometimes, some
So
don't.
like Memphis Hospital.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But that- Trust me, if you've been to
So,
Yeah.
so, notwithstanding, we call, respond, and the repair company comes out, they respond. The one item that I know is not completely working is the escalators.
Okay.
And so with respect to that, we also utilize the service elevator. So I want to just
Okay,
let
so what
everyone
this
know
is,
that
this
we put
is
that in
really upgrade and maintenance to these elevators. And they've been going, what, 20 years now? 15 years?
I think it is reaching 20 years for respect to this particular library, which, right now, all of these are end of useful life.
All right, thank you.
So,
and we're just using money we allocated earlier for this purpose or
Yes,
for
sir.
library purposes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you.
I would like to recognize that Councilwoman Dr. Reverend Michael Easton Thomas has joined us. And the floor recognizes Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a follow-up question. I don't know what it would be. Well, first of all, if it works intermittently, in my opinion, it's broke. But, I would like for us to operate from that vein and be looking toward something different. And if we factor in maintenance or replacement in a future budget, knowing how much is used and the type of use, it's not normal just up and down, but you might have a shopping cart and anything else, that accelerates the age of it. So I would like to see that baked into our future budgets, that maintenance part. And also a consideration for maybe adding just regular stairs somewhere. I don't know what that looks like, but maybe regular stairs on the back or the side or something, because you can always, send people that are mobile up and down the stairs and the other people. So, and whether it's elderly or, other people, they could be. So that's just a suggestion. Huh?
But I understand. What you're asking is for additional, so we'll have to go back and look to see within the structure where you would add the stairs so that you add ingress and egress. But they do currently have stairs.
Well, I guess let me say it like this: if we take the volume, the number of people that are in the library annually or over a period of time, and and seeing the types of ways we have available to get up and down, if that matches that requirement, for people going up and down. So to have the elevator and the escalator, if our budget inhibits us from going on and fixing stuff, we have to consider some other ways to make sure people can get up and down safely. So that's my thing. I know having a set of stairs and those things, if in a real, and if everything was equal, but knowing our situation, I have found more times than not that I've been in there and one of them or both of them was not working.
Right.
So that's not normal.
I understand.
Okay.
And so let me just kind of bring context, not to belabor the point. Just a few years ago, we replaced every last one of these elevators in this building because they were truly at end of life, and they work no different than what you have at the library. So the methodology in which we're utilizing is no different than what we did here, whereas we do have stairs available, but to really navigate this building, you really need an elevator, quite honestly. No, I understand, but I was just mentioning that we do have, for able-bodied citizens, we do have accommodations, and then where there are items that are too far up, and you do have some citizens that are mobile, we do bring the items to them as well. So we're going to make sure that ingress, egress, and service is complete with respect to the libraries. So I do take your suggestions to heart.
I yield back out, but I guess everybody on the same page, so appreciate it.
Okay, I had a question about the 1.5 million. So, and you said that it was being designed. So once it's designed, that's going to be the cost. It won't be any unexpected fees that will cover everything, the design and installment.
Yes, ma'am. Melvin James, Interim Director, General Service, 125 North Main. So the 1.5 million was the funding amount that we received. Now, the cost will be completely determined after the design is complete. So we know that the proposal that we received from one of the elevator companies was for $977,000 for the escalators only. And so we expect with design costs that to be roughly about $1 million altogether. So the other 500,000, we will go in and try to repair or change out major components for the elevator systems.
Okay, so once the design is complete, you'll know.
We'll have a.
You'll know if any additional funds are required.
Yes, ma'am. We'll have a definitive number, but as Director Jameson mentioned, what we'll do is we will replace definitely the escalators, which we knew are the replaceable items. And then, of course, we'll go and kind of shore up and repair the elevators. If the elevators are in need of true replacement, then we'll come back to you all and just let you know. We will not allow the $500,000 to just languish. We will put it to good use to make sure that we enhance mobility at that location.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this item? We're seeing there is none. We will take a vote on this item. All in favor of this item, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Does any other member have anything else that should go before this committee? Okay, we are over.
failing funds, but it also kind of creates an artificially high budgetary impact because of the structure, the accounting structure for the recoveries.
What would be your ideal number for the directors of their percentage of
Well,
expenditures?
well, typically, every division is different, and some divisions, like for instance, I always use parks. I think Nick is still here, so I'll use him as an example. They're very seasonal in nature, so you'll have. If you talk to Nick, he'll tell you he has two really heavy periods. He has like the first 2 months of the fiscal year, and the last 2 months of the fiscal year would be where he has his heaviest hits. So he would be very seasonal in nature. Law enforcement, especially police, is another area where we have a seasonal issue because that first quarter, you have pretty much every marathon, every spring, every fall event, every Oktoberfest, all those events hit during the months of July to September, October. And so you have a heavy load, especially in overtime for police around that time. In the wintertime, all that kind of trails off. And so you see some normalization of those expenses.
So Parks is at 33%. He's doing pretty good.
He's doing pretty good, with considering the seasonal nature. But to get to your threshold question, the ideal in a perfect division that's uniformly, the expenses happen uniformly would be about 25%. So the first quarter would be about 25% of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield the floor, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green.
Is it okay if I just ask some questions on some previous pages?
Sure.
On your revenues, it looks like you're seeing an increase in your license and permits. I'm wondering, and that's like a 50% year over year, if that has anything to do with the increase in the vehicle registration fee.
Which page is that? Is that Councilwoman?
Sorry, page 5.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm on the right page. Let's see.
I'm just wondering if we've actually gotten a report back from Clerk Halbert, if we are receiving those funds and if they're coming in, and that's why you're seeing that increase.
I would like to say yes. In fairness, that hasn't been fully implemented yet.
So it's November. What do we mean by hasn't been fully implemented yet? Has it been partially implemented?
Well, so we are still collecting monies in auto registration fee, but it's at the old rates. The new increased rates, as well as the rates that have been modified for commercial vehicles, have not been implemented. We are planning to see that in the January and February timeframe.
And the reasoning for it not having been implemented yet
has been mostly on the implementation side from the county in terms of them having correspondence with the state, receiving permissions from the state, as well as I think there's a third party that's involved, to my understanding, that has to load it into their system that they use to track it and do their reporting to the state financial board.
So, Council, I raise this because it means we're going to lose about 6 months' worth of increased revenue that we were hoping to see in our budget, so that we're hoping not to see any more tax increases, and hoping to put towards programming and other initiatives from the mayor, the council. I think it's important that if we get this report again and we see that same issue, that we ask Clerk Halbert to come in person and respond to us about the implementation, because it is going to directly impact our bottom line. I was hopeful that that number showing that year-to-year increase was because it had actually been implemented, but the answer is still no.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we move ahead just a smidge to page 10 on your presentation on the screen too?
Okay.
Can you move it on the screen too?
Okay. Let me see.
This is the overtime.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll tell you the two things that are causing me heartburn already are that in the first quarter, we've already seen 35% from the budget of fire and 44% from police. And the reason that gives me heartburn, if everybody recalls, we got some very last minute requests, I believe to the tune of 10 million for the fire department and 15 million for police within the last 24 hours of budget, that said if we don't find this 25 million, then we're not going to be able to pay our first responders. Of course we want to be able to pay our first responders, but I am deeply troubled that from the close of budget to September 30th, we're almost halfway through our budget for police overtime, for example, because we have a lot of our fiscal year left.
Yes, ma'am. And we've been actively, much to the request of this body, we've been actively pursuing very close scrutiny behind, especially police and fire, but all the divisions. We actually just completed our first quarter forecast meetings with the divisions, and we had a fairly lengthy discussion with police services around that issue. And in part, the justification or argument that was made around that was because of the front loading of overtime related to all of the special events. In fact, in talking with Chief Davis, she had shared that she's going to come before this body in the not too distant future and discuss the challenges of a lot of activities related to not conventions, but events that we have in the city that are not reimbursed by the parties that have those events.
I recall that very specifically during budget, because what we had budgeted for special events repayments was $100,000. And that sounded kind of crazy to me, because if I think of every Grizzlies game, every Tiger football game, every concert, every 5K, the St. Jude Marathon, that the only thing we'd be bringing in is $100,000 seems really out of line. And I get that a lot of these are small nonprofits, but some of them aren't. Some of them are big institutions that have repeated events. And so, again, we can't keep financing traffic for events in our community. I understand that we want to keep our roads safe, but we want to keep our community safe. And anytime we're pulling people out of the neighborhoods to direct traffic, then we're pulling them out of our neighborhoods to keep people's cars from being into, their houses being broken into, intervening in domestic violence incidents, serving warrants, whatever. So that is a concern to me from our safety perspective. But from our budget perspective, this is unsustainable. We will be exactly where we were last year if we keep at this pace for both police and fire. Now, look, I will say, I know that finance is also up 185%, and I guess you've been working some overtime, and it's probably well deserved.
In fact, I can explain us too.
No, I understand.
I'll explain us too.
But the point is, that's not as large an impact on our budget. Okay, police and fire, their overtime is a huge impact on our budget, and we will be exactly where we were last year with you coming to us and saying, "Hey, do you want to pay firemen? Hey, do you want to pay policewomen?" And we're going to be like, "Yes," because we have no other choice, but we have not properly planned for it. This means we haven't properly budgeted for it, right? So I'm asking for us to, have a serious conversation about what the real overtime budget is and make sure that's implemented, or figure out how to get more people hired in these positions so that we're not having to do overtime, and or have people pay for that overtime for special events. But this model is clear it's not sustainable, like in this first check-in.
And we're inclined as the administration, we agree, and that's one reason we've had those discussions. I mean, fire to a lesser extent, but both parties typically, they work in tandem. When we have special events, there's usually a police and fire presence, especially with the more community-oriented events. So that is an ongoing concern. And to that end, I know that Chief Davis especially has committed to completely curtailing for the second quarter overtime expenditures. So we're going to keep a watchful eye out for that. And we're in the process, and we'll be back before you next council meeting to discuss it. What we talked about in terms of a tracking mechanism, which will give you as well as us access to our financials on a daily basis. We're going to be tracking it through that mechanism as well. So that's finally operational.
And look, I'm not trying to get into Chief Davis or, out in the precincts. If they're out working a murder case and they're hot on a lead and they need to work overtime, I understand. But if they are directing traffic for a 5K, that's a totally different expense that we are going to continue to like push onto the taxpayers. And so we've got to have a real conversation about it. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan?
Question about that, building on what she said. Do the EMTs do the traffic directing or the traffic side or actual?
The PSTs?
Hmm?
Are you referring to?
PSTs, I'm sorry.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
did I say, EMT?
Yeah.
I meant PST, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I mean,
They do all of the traffic part.
they work alongside of some of the police officers as well. So I think it's just a matter of stretching their personnel as far as they can, and then of course making sure that they then accommodate. I will say again to Councilwoman Green's point, it is a matter of not necessarily pushing back, but just explaining how much it really costs to provide government. And with that, then we have to give notice. And I think we talked to Chief Davis about that. One of the things that Chief did express is to provide at least an annual, because most of these events are annual. Give them notice ahead of time. This is how much it's going to cost, and then we charge moving forward. And then, of course, we do have a lot of activity in public safety that does drive it. And when you have an attrition rate that's relatively high, where you're onboarding, but then at the same time you're losing officers, it does drive the overtime.
Is there a protocol in place already regarding the not private, but the events that they have to cover? Like tier 1 is this cost and this the service you get, and tier 2, where did the $100,000 that was in the budget and revenue come from that? Some people pay and some people don't.
So I cannot explain exactly that. I have to have someone from police to explain it. But
we can have them come.
with respect to that, it's no different than you being a service provider. You provide the service, you send the invoice, and then we have to collect. And then, quite honestly, there are times that we don't get the collection, and then we may. So we'll move forward and just doing better as far as collecting is concerned as well.
Just I don't know if everybody even knows. Are they presented with the fact that it's going to cost the money and how much it's going to cost? And this is, you have to pay a deposit, and this when you get your, you pay the balance. But you don't have to answer that now.
Okay,
if y'all could just come back or have Chief Davis come. Because I know we did specifically talk about that at length during the budget season. And
yeah, we can talk about that
all right
in more in detail.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, colleagues? Chief Adams, you said that some of the amounts are uncollectible. For those that have been sent an invoice and do not pay, are they given the opportunity to use our services again?
They are, and then we'll attempt to collect as well. Some come with some additional support from others to help us move forward with staffing those events as well.
So, colleagues, I know this kind of puts us in a bad spot. I mean, it's something that, on one hand, you have to do it. You got to provide the safety for the people at the FedEx Forum and for Simmons Liberty Stadium and for other events, St. Jude Marathon. But also, I deeply understand that it comes at a price. Do you know what some of our peer cities do?
So it is a mixed bag. Some peer cities just add it to the budget, which then actually passes that along to the taxpayers. There are taxpayers who never get the benefit of those events. But then some have a really good relationship where the organization actually provides the payment. And then, of course, there's the last where there's a collective where you do get a group of benefactors that actually pay for that as well. So, we've had the same.
Thanks, sir. Chief Person, you may continue.
Okay, thank you. I guess we could move right on to page 10. I know we've already kind of broached this, and I think we were on page 8. Well, I guess we could do page 9. I'm sorry. Here's page 9. We could look at the year-over-year expenditures by division. Flip back one. So when we look at the year-over-year expenditures by division, really, I'd say the primary kind of, I would say one that sticks out, ironically enough, is HR. A lot of them are tracking. I can speak to. There's a little bit of a spike there for city engineer, and I can speak to that a little bit. And information technology. I'll start with city engineer. At 21%, we saw additional miscellaneous services and charges and personal computer software charges that drove that, as a lot of our software and server-based software has had an escalation in prices. For HR, we have changed our administrator. The new administrator had, quite frankly, significant increases in costs for our claims administration over the prior administrator, and that's what drove HR's increase. Are there any other concerns with page 9? We talked about page 10 here a little bit. We covered the grounds here. I think the biggest things to think about relative to page 10 would be around, of course, my group of finance. We talked about city engineering, and of course, the first responders. We did discuss the first responders a little bit. City engineering has seen quite of an escalation in their emergency response for incidents related to signage and poles being damaged and knocked down. So they've been running more of a multi-shift operation and more demand on their time. Blue Suede Network, I think, plays a role in that as well. From an executive, the executive increase, which I didn't reference initially, was from a short staff position in animal services. And of course, they've come before you several times to discuss some of the challenges. For finance, the reason we have spiked up so much in overtime is because of the expanded hours that we operated during tax season. We did expand operations in tax season. We brought on additional staff as well because of the change and because of the desire to make sure we met customer service needs in light of the changes in the tax rate. Of course, we already talked about fire and police. Page 11, looked at year-over-year overtime by division. We see city court clerk with an over 1,000% increase. Executive, we talked about the human resources element of being 100%. We've covered a lot of this ground, but I think it's important to note for city court clerk has been much more active in recent times, even though it's not a huge dollar amount, with doing community events. And our understanding from the clerk herself is that in the past, they were able to use comp time to compensate employees for working weekends and nights at the community events, but they are no longer able to do that, so they're now using overtime to support those activities. I don't know, Councilwoman, honestly. They can no longer use comp time to support their community service activities.
Okay. I mean, we can get definitive details on that, but I would suspect it's FLSA rules and regulations that would prohibit that. But before, settling on that, let us get that information back to you.
And that more or less concludes our operating budget. So with that, I'll entertain more questions that you may have about where we stand after the first quarter.
Questions, colleagues? No questions? Dr. Warren?
Professional services and general services, what were those?
Those are primarily the electricians. I mean, right now, our reduction in general and professional services has hurt most of the divisions, but general services primarily because they use the professional services line to augment their staff. They are down to only 5. Well, they're minus 5 electricians. Although we have, done an excellent job in trying to increase salaries, We're just not as competitive with some of our others that are out there. So right now, they're using a lot of their professional services to actually support the electrical services.
So if the commercial appeal needs to write an article, it's about how we really would like for some electricians to come work for the city. It would save the city money, and it would be good for the city.
That would be true. That would be true. I don't know if it would save the city money, but it would actually help us provide better services and improve service. Because again, I think they still need the professional services money, because again, the need is greater than the bandwidth of the employee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right. Moving on to item 4, resolution to allocate and appropriate. Thank you, Chief Person. Thank you, Chief Adams. Resolution to allocate and appropriate $2.6 million in city council community grants to nonprofit agencies for FY25, all council districts, sponsored by the Budget Committee. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by JSW, seconded by Walker. Councilman Swearingen, Washington.
Ryan, do you have that picture? As we're talking about the grants and getting ready to allocate funding, there is one organization that's on the grant list, Paint Memphis, and we had some challenges with this organization in the past. They had done some zombie murals in the Glenview community. So we had a neighborhood meeting, and the constituents in the community shared that they wanted murals that reflected Memphis history, educators, civil rights. They even talked about how Piggly Wiggly started in Memphis, and they gave several examples. And not one time did they say animals, and they surely did not say rats. And this is the mural that is on Lamar Avenue. That's around the corner from Roselle Elementary School and Roselle Ansdale Community. And I have received all kinds of calls and emails. And it's as if Paint Memphis does not respect the standards and the commitments that the community members want to have. So when you're delegating and allocating your funds, I'm asking that we consider not blessing this organization because they are not doing right. It is just ridiculous. Who wants a big rat as a mural in your community? Anybody here want a rat? It's terrible. So these pictures were sent to me and I wanted you to see it. And I talked with the artist. He lives out of town, of course, and he was unwilling. Cooper Sutton was on 3-way, and he was unwilling to come to change and modify. I said, well, can you at least change it to a puppy or something? But he was unwilling to make any modifications, so now we're going to have to go through this of trying to remove it. So I just wanted you to see it. You have to see it to believe it. But it's on Lamar, not far from Roland. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes, thank you. I think we have a lot of local artists that we should be using more frequently that understands the culture, that understands the history here in Memphis. As Councilwoman Swearingen Washington said, he was not willing at all. And he told us what the rat mean and why he painted the rat. And I was appalled at the things that he said, why the rat is there. And I don't know what to say. It's just a big old rat that's out there. And the community is not supportive at all. So we're gonna have to try to figure out. And I don't forget what he said, them circle things, where's them green things. I'm not sure. I don't know if them was the rat children or what. Or what.
It's awful.
So I think we have a lot of local artists that we need to really invest in, young local artists. And so I concur totally with Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, especially the conversation that we had. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, any other comments?
Right here. I have put my name in.
Councilwoman Logan.
Chairman. Thank you. We brought this up during the budget as well when we were talking about UAC, Urban Arts. And so my question was at that time, who determines that a community wants public art or needs public art? And if so, how do we ensure that the community is involved and engaged in the process, and what they land on is what actually goes up there? I think that's a larger question for us to, even when they are making certain that what they have said they wanted actually is what is selected and painted, because we're using their tax dollars to put this stuff up and they have to take it down. So I would like for us to further that conversation with administration to determine that. I know, but I'm saying there are a number of art, even though it's not UAC, there are a number of art organizations that we use. And so making sure that it's fair and equitable across the board and pretty much the same process that includes the community is what I was saying. Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
I went to this activity and I saw a bunch of artists, and I wasn't present when you guys were trying to explain to this particular artist that his sort of funky looking rat there wasn't really appreciated. And I don't know what he said to you, but I can take from your tone of voice that it wasn't a productive conversation and he didn't really hear what was coming down. But I look at all the other things, and I've got a picture of a hummingbird, and I've got a picture of a couple dogs, and I've got a picture of a young man doing a thing about peace and love on there. So as you go and you look at all of the other things, you realize that 98% of what was put up there was pretty good. And we've got, one guy who sort of stepping in the poop, and we're all having to smell it. So in my mind, how we fix this is not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but maybe we just go ahead and figure out, we've got one person who put something there. How do we take care of that one particular issue? Because I do think that the vast majority of the art there was pretty cool, and it was a good event. I mean, there were a lot of people there. It brought out a lot of people in Memphis. It brought out a lot of people from the neighborhood. So I hear exactly what my colleagues are saying. I understand that the neighborhood doesn't want this particular piece. How do we go about fixing that? I don't know the answer to that, but I hope we can bring it back at our next meeting and have a way to fix it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Colleagues, any other comments? All those in favor of sending?
I'm in the queue.
Chairman Smiley.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to support Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. If she doesn't want to give this organization money, I wholeheartedly ask the council to support that. I think she spoke specifically, I think several meetings ago at this point, that there's an issue with the zombies, the demons, and the devils that were put up by the same organization. And then they followed it up with the rat in a very similar location. It doesn't seem like they either understand the community, get the message, or care to talk to the community members at all. So I'm taken back by the fact that someone who lives in the community, who represents the community, who attends all the community association meetings, who convenes with this particular group of people, and she's articulated that this is not an organization that her community wants to see back, for you to push back on that. I just have a hard time with it. I'm going to support that. Ask everybody who gets it to support it as well.
Absolutely.
I'm out the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. All right.
I live in the queue too. I live over there.
All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a vote. All those in favor of sending the resolution to allocate the $2.6 million downstairs For same night minutes with positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. And that concludes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the November 12th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Chair Kennelly.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 8 items on the agenda today. However, number 8, Z24-05, has already been heard in committee. So, I'm sorry, we have 9 items on the agenda. Number 8 has already been heard. So unless I hear otherwise from one of you, we are not going to hear that again. And item number 2 is being held until December 17th. Item number 1, a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Ridgemont between New Allen Road and Egypt Central Road for Pastor Noah Alexander, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilman. We're going to come back to this because she's left the committee room. We'll come back to this one. 2 is being held. Item number 4, PD 24-04, 2899 Lamar Avenue. Request is an amendment to Lamar Crossing Plan Development to allow mini storage. This is District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW. Seconded by Green. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We tried to get confirmation from the applicant if they wanted to hear this. They are not here, so.
Okay, well, if they're not here, we're not going to hear it. So moving on. Item number 5, PD 24-11, 1145 East Brooks Road. Request is to add land to existing commercial Brooks Hernando Plan Development District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Green. DPD, the floor is yours.
This is Alexis Longstreet with the DPD presenting on case PD 2024-011, located at 1145 East Brooks Road in the Whitehaven area. The representative is here. This is Council District 6, Super District 8. The proposal is to add land to an existing commercial Brooks Hernando Plan Development. As I mentioned earlier, this property is located within the Whitehaven area. About 56 notices were mailed on September 19th, 2024. The zoning map for this is governed by CMU 3 zoning regulations outside of anything that is not underlined within the pre-existing plan development from 1986. It does have a land use designation of vacant area, but it is surrounded by other commercial and industrial and as well as residential property uses. I have included the original final plat that was recorded in 1986, as well as this shows the plan development as it exists currently today. The proposed additional land is actually also owned and operated by the same owners who operate the other parcels. This is I believe, the RV park that has been in operation for quite some time. The area in which they are proposing to add to the existing plan development boundaries is where their office currently sits. Here are some site photos from East Brooks, looking both southwest and southeast, as well as from Old Hernando looking north, which is more interior to that residential area in which you saw on the land use map. This was deemed consistent with the Comprehensive Planning Department. As I mentioned earlier, it is surrounded by other commercial and industrial uses, and it has a future land use designation as high intensity commercial and services. As I mentioned earlier, a few conclusions. The subject property is also already located within the plan development. It is noted that it is comprised of 3 separate parcels currently, and that the applicant is not proposing a new use at this time, just simply to propose and expand the boundaries of the pre-existing plan development as it already exists currently. This was approved at Land Use Control Board with a favorable recommendation by staff as well as by the board 7-0. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant or applicant's rep here?
Yes, Mark Job is here.
Mark, if you'd have a seat right here. Give us your name and address for the record.
Mark Job, Blanket Brown, LLC, 6,000. Business address 6,000 Poplar, Memphis, Tennessee 38119. Personal address 6445 Kirby Oaks Drive, Memphis 38119.
Thank you, Mr. Job. You have anything that you'd like to say about this project?
Yes, this is just a planning project. That front half that operates, that has the buildings already existing, is already zoned CMU3. The back half of this property is presently under the plan development and has dated language. It refers to CH, which is the Commercial Highway District, which was in place prior to the adoption of the UDC. This is bringing the property under one plan development to, unify the property. Again, there's no planned change in use at this time. They will continue to operate as Great American RV, no changes. It's simply a planning mechanism because the front half of the property is zoned by right CMU3 and the back half is under this plan development. So it's a little cleanup, if you will, but happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Job. Colleagues, do we have any questions on this item? Okay. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. We'll see you in 2 weeks, Mr. Job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, SNC 24-01, Bates Alley and Park Lane east of North 2nd Street, west of North 4th Street. Request is for a street name change from Park Lane to Bates Alley to Stereo Alley. This is District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by Spinoza, seconded by JSW. Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. As you mentioned, this is a request for a street name change from Park Lane and Bates Alley to Stereo Alley. This is located downtown. Some of you may be familiar with the metal sign that is at the western end of this alley at North 2nd Street there at Court Square. So the project, the renaming would go from 2nd to 4th Street. And here is the vicinity map showing we sent 15 notices on June 14th, 2024. Here's some photos, and again, this is that metal sign that most of you are probably familiar with that starts the alley at Court Square, and then it goes east. Here's a shot looking to the west toward the river. This was recommended for approval by staff and approved by the Land Use Control Board 10-0 on consent. And there are a couple of conditions dealing with MLG&W, and then the applicant would be responsible for any costs associated with changing the name. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Can you give us any background, any context? Give us a story, Stereo Alley.
My name is Stuart Harris. We bought the historic Steric building last year, and I've also bought some neighboring land around the Steric building, and the intent is for this to be part of a master development, kind of following the momentum of the Steric building around that area to inject some new life into it. As you know, the name has had the informal, Stereo Alley has been the informal name, but we want to
get a little closer to the mic with the light on.
So it's had the informal name of Stereo Alley, but we wanted to codify that name so that it's obvious at each intersection at BB King and at 4th Street that it's Stereo Alley because of the, we've acquired a lot of the land between BB King and 4th Street and intend to try to enliven that alley and make it activated. The reason it was called Stereo Alley in the 1960s is the Center City Commission was trying to have people that were working down here use alleys more for to get to their car and to feel safe, and so they pumped music through the alley as a way for them to feel like it was activated. And we want to also kind of give it a resurgence over the next few years as we redevelop the Sterritt building.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are you, I'm thinking of like Printers Alley in Nashville. Are you thinking like having things that are facing that you gain entrance to through the alley and stuff like that?
We would like for the alley to be as cool as the main thoroughfares around our properties. So that would be the hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, your question?
That was my question.
Any other questions, colleagues?
I have one.
Councilman Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you're not here for this, but since you're here, can you give us an update on the Steric building?
Yes. So we have just gotten through our schematic design phase. We're a little further than schematic design, so we're currently pricing the project right now, and my hair is graying by the day looking at construction cost estimates, but we are in the process of value engineering certain things, trying to look at both broad cuts and surgical cuts of the things that matter for the building. But the designs are really good. It's laying out very well. We're continuing to be affirmed that the building itself is structurally sound. We've had an exterior envelope consultant, Rappel, you may have seen them hanging from the building over the last few months, rappelling, looking at the condition of everything. We've had the building LiDAR scanned with lasers to know where everything lays out, and we've got a very good layout for it. But at this point, we're securing our financing and would hope to be, hopefully, within the next 12 months, moving forward with some demolition.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Mr. Harris, good to see you. Thank you for being here today.
Glad to be here.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, all those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks in the affirmative signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Item 7, SCP 24-36, 888 North Perkins Road. The request is for a special use permit to establish a group daycare home in the residential single-family 6 zoning district, District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Spinoza. DPD, floor is yours when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Wardrop, Planning and Development. This is a request to open a group daycare facility at 888 North Perkins, and the applicant, Ms. Watson, is here with us today. 2 things, background information to know. So she does live in the home, and she would be allowed by right to care for up to 7 children. If this is approved, that would increase that limit to 12. So that's one thing to be aware of. And an additional thing is that our recommended conditions would render the SUP null and void if she ceased to live there. Here's public notice info. We mailed 94 notices in September. She also held a neighborhood meeting and posted 2 signs at the property. Here are some photos of the site itself. It's a corner lot on the corner of Perkins and Durbin. And here's an aerial view. So I'll jump to conclusion number 2. When we have concerns about daycare applications, they tend to be about parking, right? Is there a place where parents can pick up and drop off? We think the street parking on Durbin Avenue sort of eliminates that concern. So we find the combination of her carport and driveway and the adjacent on-street parking is sufficient for the proposed use, and that this special use permit request meets the criteria of the UDC. And so recommend approval with these conditions. They're standard daycare conditions. I'm happy to explain them if need be. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Ms. Watson?
Yes, sir.
If you give us your name and address, please.
Yes, it's Whitney Watson, 888 North Perkins Road.
Anything you want to say about the project?
I've been working in the school system for quite a while. I've been an operations manager for a local elementary school where a lot of parents emphasize their need for childcare. I also work with a local nonprofit, Moxaway Incorporated, where a lot of parents have also stressed a need for quality childcare. I know what quality childcare looks like. I'm doing everything from the state that's recommended from the state. I've done all my classes. I'm continuing education, which I think continuous education is important, and I want to just be able to provide quality childcare for kids that basically have the voucher program.
Very good. Sounds like you're more than qualified. Colleagues, any Councilman Green?
I just want to note for the council, as we see this case and we see others, Memphis is actually designated as being a child care desert. So just like we talk about food care deserts in certain parts of our town, the whole city of Memphis is a child care desert, which means we need more child care than we have. And so when we can get those accommodations and get a few more children into quality child care, I think it's important that we consider it, because without childcare, it's hard for parents, especially mothers, to be in the workforce and to be, contributing members of our community. So I appreciate what you're doing, and thank you for
Thank you.
checking all those boxes and providing not just childcare but quality childcare.
And as you see this request, I'm also certified. I will be looking to open up a larger childcare center after I am getting this one established.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Watson. Colleagues, any other questions? All right. All those in favor of sending this down in the affirmative in 2 weeks signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Colleagues, we're not going to hear number 8 again unless I hear otherwise from one of you. Moving on to item 9, Z24-06, 3230 Commercial Parkway. The request is a rezoning of plus or minus 265 square feet from residential single-family R15 to commercial mixed-use 1, located at 3230 Commercial Parkway, District 3. Super District is, I'm assuming, 8. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Moved by JSW, seconded by Warren, DPD.
Alexis here again for zoning case 2024-006, located at 3230 Commercial Parkway. The representative, David Bray, is here in attendance. This is a rezoning from residential single-family 15 to commercial mixed-use 1. As you all can see here, this property is currently split zone very minimally, with R15 encompassing the northern part of the lot itself and the remainder of the lot being commercial mixed-use 1 zoning. It is believed that this was not done intentionally, and that the surrounding areas are all mainly commercial, industrial, and as well as some institutional. Here are some views of the subject property from Elvis Presley, and as well as the commercial parkway. And here's a plot plan showing the lot as it exists currently, and the requested area is graded, located north from R15 to CMU1. It's roughly about 20,265 square feet. This rezoning was deemed consistent by Memphis 3.0 comprehensive planning, as it is, yet again, like I said, a majority of it is surrounded by some sort of lower or high intensity commercial use. And that concludes this presentation. And it was recommended for approval and as well as approved by Land Use Control Board.
Thank you for that presentation. Councilman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Planning and Zoning and the Land Use Board for the work that you all did on this. I appreciate it so much. And to my colleagues, I am requesting that you all support this item, support this rezoning. This has been before us before in another fashion. I think that'll be an appropriate word. But due to the work of 2 different entities, we are where we are today. And again, I do appreciate this. And once again, I'm asking that you all support this and vote for it once we go downstairs. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
So you want this to be rezoned to commercial? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
This property, once again, as my colleague, and I appreciate the hard work, is still up in limbo. And we talked about this back in October. Am I correct, Councilman Ford? We talked about this in October. And it's constantly just coming up. This property, if you do the research, this property is in limbo right now, with different ownerships and different things that are going on that have not properly been settled. We already know that we do not want a gas station. That's a no-brainer. Because of the accidents and the incidents and the accident that happens at that corner of Elvis Presley. And I guess you're just not gonna stop coming until you get what you want, I guess. I'm not sure what the agenda is behind this right now. And then when I looked it up, and I really hate to make this publicly, when I looked it up, there's been some insurance changes made on a couple insurance policies that's been changed on this property. Were you all aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. I know that's not what we came here to talk about, but this thing is in limbo. And so we really need to just kind of see what's going on before we do anything with this to make sure, definitely to make sure that this property is not in limbo. I got some paperwork sent from the courts saying that it is in limbo right now, some back and forth stuff that's going on, but I want it to be done fairly. I don't have any favoritism in it, but I want it to be done correctly and fairly to any party that's going to pursue this property for whatever they're trying to do with it in the near future. So I want to send this down with a negative recommendation.
Okay, we're going to take a vote on that here shortly. Does that conclude your comments, Councilwoman?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of we don't want it, I'm not clear on who we is. Secondly, as far as the zoning, there's commercial all around this. This should be zoned for commercial. There's no residential in the immediate area for at least 500 feet surrounding this property in all directions. And respectfully, with respect to this being in limbo, I also have a court document that indicates who the clear owner is.
And
the
so
clear,
do I.
I'm sorry, and the clear owner is the applicant. So I can get Brittany to copy that document so you all can take a look at it, if you all want to see that or have it emailed to you. But I have a document from the court who identifies who the legal owner is. Attorney Bray, would you like to speak to that?
I'm not an attorney. But I have the civil engineer on the project. And yes, all the records we have indicate that the applicant is the owner of this. And as far as the rezoning goes, and I didn't know this until it was explained to me by DPD staff, and this is several years ago, for whatever reason, or not for whatever reason, it has to do with billboards, the property that interstates are located on is zoned residential. And that goes back to the fight against billboards that the city has had for years. It appears that when this property was getting rezoned, and if you look at the map, you can see the interstate ramp coming through there. It appears that the line got drawn in error. This is a commercial property. It's always been used as a commercial property. Everything going down Commercial Parkway is commercial. Everything along Elvis Presley is commercial. This is just a line that extends into this property showing residential, which would match what is on the interstate. Despite the fact that there's residential zoning out there, there's no residence in that immediate area, and there was never intended to be. So we're just trying to clean up the zoning on this subject property. Did I say all that correctly?
Thank you for that. And also, I'll let you go ahead. Go on. You can go on.
John Zena, Planning and Development. I was going to make sure that the council was clear on exactly what's taking place on this. This is the same rezoning that has been in the queue for the last couple of months, and this is third reading of that rezoning. This reading has been delayed a couple of times at least, along with a special use permit application for a convenience store with gas sales. That special use permit application is actually on this evening's agenda. However, the applicant has been able to withdraw it. They were withdrawing it because under CMU 1, and this is part of the regulations that were put in place in 2021, there are very extensive design parameters for convenience stores with gas sales that the applicant is saying that they can meet under the CMU1 zoning. So this zoning approval is the same zoning request that they made months ago. It involves the same piece of property that, as it has been pointed out by staff and Mr. Bray, is likely zoned R15 because that's what we do along the interstates for whatever reason. But this is not a residential property. It is a commercial area.
However, I just want to make sure you all understand that what this does is would allow a convenience store with gas sales to be permitted with those heightened design criteria that are already in the UDC and were put in the UDC 3 years ago.
I have something else.
Go ahead.
I lost my thought earlier. So also, when I first learned of this, one of the first things that I did, and I stated previously, is I spoke to Director Manny about the traffic. And he said, long story short, that it was okay. He thought it was okay. So I want that to go on the record as well. And if we need to get him here now or later to comment on the traffic concerns, then I'll be glad to do that. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Just to be clear, the item number 9, which was the special use permit on tonight's agenda, has been withdrawn. So this zoning item actually will not come back before us for full council until two weeks from now.
It's also on the agenda. It's number 11.
Where is it?
Number 11 on the main agenda.
Excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Councilman Ford Sr.
Thank you very much. They keep bringing it back with the gas station. I want y'all to go find Mr. Manning. Bring him in here to me so I can get on him too. Gas station caused more problems than anything else. Now, if Manny said that, nothing is wrong with that. I want to know who gave him some money. I'm very serious today. Very, very serious today. I want to know. Because first thing that needs to be done on that corner right now, fix Elvis Presley's sign. Okay? That sign should have been fixed a week after it was torn down, not on one side, but on both sides. That's how many accidents. That's why I say if he gonna say there's not a problem at that area, that's a lie. There's 2-3 accidents a day there. I buried a police officer got killed right there. So please don't go there. Service station and what you're trying to do, don't insult my black people in that black area down there. One side of the street is 3, one side is 6. Now, if you want to have an accident, have it on 3. That's where it really is being, okay? Because people that come off of that interstate coming to Brooks Road, people know better, but it don't stop them, and it's getting worse by the day. Some of our young people, they come off and they try to make a left turn over 6 lanes. Very, very dangerous spot. It's been that way forever. So please do not tell me that, Mr. Mann, do not tell me that's a good, safe spot. Elvis Presley and Brooks Road, one of the worst intersections in the city of Memphis. And you want to put a big old service station that you showed us a picture that's 2 stories. You want to have somebody sitting out, commercial right there. You can't even get out of that street without running over somebody because, hey, Elvis Presley comes down in that particular spot. And y'all can vote yes on it. But Chuck, it shouldn't even be back on the agenda anymore. You know, because if one of my family members get hurt there, I'm coming looking for you. I'm gonna come looking for you. That's a promise. I'm gonna come looking for you because that's one of the worst areas in Memphis. Okay, and you want to put something there to hurt somebody else? That's an insult to us. Okay, and I'm tired of people insulting. You know, that's very, and I'm through with it, but that's very insulting. Don't insult us anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, any other? Dr. Warren.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand this. So if we change the zoning, we have nothing we can say about what's built there by right. Is that correct, Mr. Zena?
John Zena, Planning and Development. If you change the zoning, essentially only the uses that are allowed by right under the CMU1 zone would be allowed.
And one of them is a service station.
But under very specific criteria. By the way, the council put that criteria in place in 2021, and no project has adhered to it yet. So,
what are those specific criteria that would be required?
I'm just going to summarize because they are rather lengthy. But the main idea is that the building the street frontage would have the building on it. The gas canopy and pumps would be on the back side of the building. And that also means that, a lot of the circulation is on the back side of the building and not visible from the front or obscured from view from the front. And that the canopy would also be architecturally integrated into the main building so that it wouldn't be sort of the traditional, what we often think of as a gas station where you have a very small sort of convenience store set back on the property, and then you have the canopies in front that are usually of a different material, often sort of a plastic, wrap material. So they would have to be architecturally integrated, and that includes building materials as well, the canopy being integrated. So it's much more, it looks much more sort of cohesive as a project. But again, the store itself, the building itself would be up on the street.
So if you pulled in to get gas, you would walk, you wouldn't get wet because there'd be a canopy all the way to the store?
Right, so there'd still be a canopy, right, but it wouldn't be detached from the main building.
Okay, and where would the parking be? The parking would be covered also, since that canopy would be there?
The canopy only covers the pumps.
And then goes all the way to the main building?
If there's any parking in front of the store, then yes, that would be covered in the canopy too, but they might have parking on other parts. So in this case, they do have parking in other parts of the site.
So what other strange things are there that make no one want to spend that amount of money?
Give me one moment and I'll scan it really quickly. Those are the two main things.
If those are the main things, and there's not anything really of substance other than that, you can quit looking. But once we do this zoning change, then the council has no say over what goes on that property. Is that correct? So if someone wants to build that service station, they can do it.
That's correct, under the specific criteria that I just described.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Walker.
Director Berlin, is there any data, or would I get this from MPD, that has tracked and shown the actual accidents that have happened at this location? Not at the corner, but at the property at Commercial Parkway. Is there any data that would show the number, the frequency of accidents?
Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering, 125 North Main. To answer your question, yes, ma'am, there will be, or there is data available. I don't have the data available to me, but we can certainly request that through MPD. We can go back as far back as to when they started collecting the data for that, and we can provide that information.
Okay, I'll have my analysts follow up with you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for that.
Councilman Ford.
Okay, while you're doing the data, you got a little block right here. So please, between Commercial Parkway, Brooks Road, the accidents come all the way up there, okay? So please, don't get no data right there at the corner because just, hey, Commercial Parkway, please don't tell me that. I can go get you some pictures. So don't come back and tell me about, hey, no, not at Commercial Parkway. You don't have but a little strip right there. Hey, when they hit, they come all the way down there. That's why I said, we don't even have Elvis Presley sign, and that's one of our big money makers, and nobody wanted to come fix the doggone sign. And how long it's been? Almost over a year. Nobody want to say, hey, we're going to fix it. People gotten killed there. People, and like I said, even a police officer, I buried him on a motorcycle because they were trying to make a doggone left turn. Okay? One of our MPD. So please don't come back with some bull. Okay? My place of business is right down the street. Okay? You got some of the young folk not long ago got dogged was doing donuts and ran over people out there, okay, in cars. So please don't tell me. Please don't come back and tell me because y'all be lying, okay? At that particular spot, you can go back. You ain't got to go back with 6 months. You ain't got to go back a year, 2 years, because if you go back that far, you're going to see what's going on. Please don't bring it. You wouldn't let it happen in East Memphis. Wouldn't let that happen. Because the people that live out there in East Memphis ain't going to let you do it. But you figure you can come over here in my area and do what you want to do? That's not a good thing. I like y'all. Y'all need to go and get something worthwhile. Don't come and put something and think that we don't know no better because I'm tired of people thinking black folks are ignorant and dumb. No, we're not. We're very educated and smart. Okay? But just don't do that to us. You know, and I ask everybody, hey, when we get down there, let's kill. We've been killing it and they keep coming back alive. God dog, shucks, and I'm an undertaker. Shucks, can't keep them down. You know, it's disturbing, y'all.
Councilwoman Logan, I'm going to let you go ahead since you haven't spoken, then we're going to go back to Cooper Sutton. Okay, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
There are service stations at Elvis Presley and Brooks. There's one at Amico where those young girls, cheerleaders, got killed at, right down the street. And then you have the Dodge store that's right there. Anything other than a service station, and we just constantly going back and forth. We don't need another service station. No matter how beautiful the two-story and all that, we don't need another one. They're right there. Think of something else other than that. Like I told you, you're selling cigarillos to smoke the weed in there. You're not selling that much gas. It's more drug deals and gun selling go through these. And I don't want to be a racist, but you put your gas stations in the black community where we are, and we suffer the hardest from it. Take them somewhere else. And we're constantly going back and forth with these gas stations. And I'm like, Councilman Ford, I understand what my colleague is saying. I get it. But since October, it's no. We don't want another gas station. I don't care how pretty you're trying to make it or how pretty you're trying to make it seem. And then when we do go in there, you talk to us any kind of way because you all are not the purchasers. You're very disrespectful to our women when they go into these corner stores where they are. And you don't even pay freaking minimum wage when you do bring them in our communities. There's no insurance. There's no 401k. There's no type of investment. So no. And so I asked my colleagues, and I understand, you all don't see the wrecks. I've dodged at least 2 wrecks from that intersection right there. And just like Councilman Ford said, that left turn and it goes on down to Commercial Parkway when it finishes. Find somewhere else to take your service stations. We don't want them. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I got one more little thing to say. Gas stations is where a lot of people meet now, young folks. There's trouble. Okay? A lot of trouble. That's where they come and things happen, okay? Starting at gas stations. And my police officers are sitting out there. Day for yesterday, Sunday morning, what happened? Where were y'all Sunday morning? They tell you? Where were you Sunday morning? Please talk loud enough where they could hear what was going on Sunday morning. Okay, barricaded where? Right around there, okay? Where did it start at? Just name me a place where, not the name of the place, but what was it where it started? Scarcity. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to follow up on something that Director Zena said about you said we approved the change in 2021, but no one has complied since then. Is that correct? Is that what you said? If you could elaborate.
That's correct. There were several changes that the council made after the gas station moratorium.
Right.
And this was one of those changes. Because previously, gas stations were allowed by right in the CMU1 zones. And so these, now it's just only by these elevated design standards, and that's correct. No one has sought to build a gas station by right to those elevated design standards in the CMU1 zones yet. Although there have been several applications for special use permits in CMU1 zones in order to get around those requirements.
So what's the loophole that they're able to get around them?
To get around the requirements?
Yeah.
To apply for a special use permit.
So when they apply for the special use permit, they come here and we say, okay?
You say okay or not.
So it may be that they don't, so that needs to be added to the application or what comes before us, that what the requirement is, and that this is another way around it, or it didn't come through the requirement. Because, I don't know if the new council knows that.
So if I understand what you're saying, if someone brings a special use permit application for a convenience store with gas sales, their zone CMU1, you're asking just that we make it more clear that they had the option available to design to these elevated standards that are in the code, but they chose not to. That was the
intent of council, that they followed that requirement. So if there is a loophole, we should be made aware so we can close that loophole, or else we're gonna have more of the same like we're doing today. If they had been stopped when they came with the application and said, here's a rule, then we wouldn't be here today, or not necessarily today, but we wouldn't be having these issues, because we spoke to that at length. We had a whole 6-month moratorium, and 120 days, I'm sorry. So that we could shore up this whole conversation, because the intent of the council then, the intent of the council now, is to stop the gas station madness. Right. And we had national stats that showed how Memphis was above the national requirement or standard for gas stations per person, or citizen. So whatever way we need to implement that, or feel if there are loopholes that you know of, that you're aware of, that we need to address and can address legally, that is something that I would like to see happen, because it was the intent of the body to make certain that there was something in place to protect the communities and the citizens of the areas where those gas stations are coming, if they were going to be permitted there.
Correct. I understand. Thank you. And I'll just say that as a part of the update that we're working on now, the plan update and code update, that this is an issue that we're looking at in great detail, and in fact how we plan and zone for commercial uses is a topic that we've spent a lot more time on in the last couple of months as we started with the meetings, and we're getting a lot of feedback from the community, but also understanding how our plan and code apply to commercial uses, and how maybe they're inadequate to really describe the full range of different commercial uses, and all that to say, ultimately, I think we need to be, in the update that we do, we need to be making some very clear decisions about where we want what in terms of commercial uses, because right now, with our commercial standards, we almost allow virtually every commercial use in every commercial area. It just may be by special use permit here or by these additional criteria there. And we need to be a lot more clear about what we want where, period.
Well, I think we're trusting you to lead that. And do we need to move this to another
We
conversation?
should have started the main meeting 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm
so
sorry.
let's hold those discussions for another time.
All right, cool.
Colleagues, all those in favor of sending this item downstairs this evening with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You can have it downstairs. We should have started the main meeting 3 minutes ago. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? All right, that item will be heard downstairs this evening. Going back to item 1, it's coming to you, Councilwoman Logan. A resolution approving an honorary street name change on Ridgemont between New Allen Road and Egypt Central Road for Pastor Noah Alexander, District 1, Super District 9. Sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion a second? Moved by JSW, second by Logan. Anything you want to say about this?
No, just would like for my colleagues to support this. It's very active and ministry or member of our community passed on, and we would like to honor them.
Thank you. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs in the affirmative with same night minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. Colleagues, we held item 2. We did not hear item 8, although it will be on our agenda downstairs. And item 3, Director, we'll ask you to come back in 2 weeks. Anything else before P&Z? We're adjourned.